6 minutes and it's 6 minutes. Let me the last 2 minutes. Hello. Okay. Thanks to be back. I've got last 6 minutes, so I'll just talk for the first 3 minutes, and I'd like to play a song at the towards the end. So basically, that's my methods. Uh, some statistics there. I don't like to go through that now, but
Sorry, was okay open, so that's the reason why. Yeah. Now it's okay. Everything's fine.
okay, great. Okay, these are the types of houses that we have on the island. Potas basically meaning that makeshift houses. The group two semi-permanent, about 89, and the group three are the permanent sanctuary homes, that's what I call them in the study. And the Pota ones, that are about 137 of them, that's on the left, they're vulnerable to weather, storms, rain, when it comes to every now and then. When it's raining, when the wind is blowing, you've got to move things around. Then when it stops, then you've got to open up again. So it's quite a life. And on the right, these are the people, they're replacing these potas with sanctuary homes. If you are coming from Melbourne, those are the Melbourne storm colors. So the remittances are sent to build new houses, safe homes, replacing the vulnerable potas improve security, comfort, and family stability. This is a quote here. We are secure and comfortable in our new home. There's nothing to worry about. The middle one is interesting because I did make a reference to, if I can go straight very quickly back to page 4. Yeah, the bottom photo, that was also replaced the makeshift, the POTA. But after 6 months, the son was not satisfied, so he has to build another one, the middle one. And that's still been built, but there's 100 of in Samasalan. And the right one is also another, the interior of another one of the houses. I can, maybe you're coming from Queensland, there's a maroon supporter. But the Blues will still win next week. Okay, key findings, essential finding equipment, they're purchasing outboard motors, dinghies, fishing gear. So the impact is it increases the income and independence. They shared resources with relatives that also strengthens their community ties. One or two quotes, it would have been very difficult, but because of my daughter, this has happened. And I think there's a change here. Okay, I'll just move over. I just want to finish off with Sean. How can I play it? Can you play it for me? That's all. How can it be played? Oh,
This is not.
okay. So I'm sorry this song cannot be played, but hopefully it will be played somewhere. The recommendations, we do encourage more community members, especially women, to participate in the PALM scheme. There needs to be further research and to address the challenges. Well, I'm encouraging them at a personal level that if you have time, please surf the internet and do some short courses that will also improve your education. And also, Papua New Guineans, like a lot of the Pacific Islanders, we do not have the ability to save. So I'm also encouraging them to not to send everything back to home, but also save in Australia or New Zealand. Emtasol, Bamauta, and goodbye.
While I'm waiting, I usually, regardless of how many times I do this, I get really nervous. In a big audience or small audience. So my strategy is usually I remove the graphics, I show like, I don't really see the audience, look like everybody is happy.
Thank you. So next presenter is ready to go? Yeah, okay, thank you. Over to you now.
But I'm still nervous. Okay. I want to start saying that thank you very much for Pacific Update organizing team for your hard work, especially this morning, a lot of challenges, for hard work to put this conference together. And thank you for your generous financial support for me to attend this conference. Nisambula, good morning, everyone. My name is Masami. I'm from Development Studies Program at the National University of Samoa. I'd like to start my presentation with this picture. If you are from the island, probably you can guess what this line is for, right? This is a typical scene in Apia, the capital city of Samoa, on a Saturday morning before the big national event, like a Mother's Day. People are lining up at the money transfer shops in town, waiting to collect remittances sent by family overseas for the preparation of the big event. Some people are also collecting money to pay their outstanding fees. My presentation this morning is about this, the Pacific's remittances and foreign aid-based economy, known as MIRAB. MIRAB, an acronym that stands for MI for migration, R for remittances, A for foreign aid, and B for bureaucracy, referring to public services predominantly funded through aid. This classic term was coined in the mid-80s by New Zealand economist Bertram and geographer Waters to describe the unique way in which small island states in the Pacific maintain their economy, primarily through aid and international migration-based remittances. However, over time, it has evolved into somewhat derogatory term used to highlight the issues such as dependency, unsustainability, and vulnerability of this development model pursued by the Pacific states. Because of this, economists and aid donors often suggest that these countries should shift to more neoliberal approach by reducing the size of the public sector and by reforming the land tenureship to become able to promote long-term economic growth. The sustainability of the MIRAB has long been questioned, yet many Pacific states are still following the MIRAB model. So what does it mean? Is MIRAB really unsustainable or not? To explore this question, let's look at the case of Samoa and examine how MIRAB functions, particularly in the context of climate change. So first, migration. Large-scale immigration from Samoa began in late 60s to 70s when New Zealand invited Samoan workers to help fill labor shortages. Today, about 2,000 Samoan migrate each year through the different or various immigration pathways, making it one of the largest diaspora community in the world. These migration opportunities enable them to earn money and remit funds to support their family back home. In this context, remittances have become a key component of Samoa's economy. On average, remittances account for 25 to 30% of the country's GDP. In 2022 alone, personal remittances reached 600 million Samoan tala, making Samoa one of the most remittance-dependent countries in the world. Foreign aid has also been a key component of the Samoa's economy. In 2022, for example, Samoa receives 126 million US dollars in aid, accounting for 16% of its GNI. This places Samoa among the most aid-dependent countries in the world. So many number one, eh? Bureaucracy. Foreign aid supports Samoa's large public sector, which employs over 60% of the country's workforce and drives much of the country's development. Samoa's physical and social infrastructures, including the schools, hospitals, roads, water, power supply, scholarship, medical services, disaster management, and so forth, is all funded by foreign aid. In other words, nearly every aspect of daily life in Samoa is connected to the project or programs funded by aid. Accordingly, Samoa really is a MIRAB economy, which economists often see as unhealthy and unsustainable for several reasons. Reason number one, many argue that the MIRAB model can lead to a remittance trap. Remittances may diminish people's work, of course, people's motivation to work, of course, which increase their reliance on remittances for their even livelihood for everyday life. To sustain remittance flow, family encourage members to migrate overseas rather than remain at home and engage in the local economy. This creates the vicious cycle of dependency known as remittance trap, which undermine the country's productivity enhance its long-term economic growth. Reason number 2, aid curse. Similar to the resource curse, critics argue that long-term aid dependency can hinder development rather than support it. Persistent reliance on aid may reduce government accountability, weaken institutions, foster corruption, and undermine private sector development. As a result, recipient countries become more dependent on aid, thereby delaying their transition to self-sufficiency. More reasons. MIRAB critics argue that the aid and remittances are not sustainable source of long-term growth, as they are highly vulnerable to changing economics and political conditions of donor and host countries. It has been also predicted that remittances may reduce as generations change, and aid may decrease as the donors shift their geopolitical interests in providing aid. But despite these predictions, Samoa's current situations show no clear sign of decline in aid or remittance flows. In fact, aid to Samoa has increased over the years, contradicting the assumption that it would decline, particularly after Samoa graduated from LDC status in 2014 to become classified as a developing country. Similarly, remittance flows have also increased, especially since the introduction of labor mobility scheme in Samoa in 2007. Labor mobility scheme have created new opportunities for remittances. Several studies shows that seasonal workers demonstrate a stronger commitment to sending remittances compared to permanent migrants or members of the diaspora. In the case of Samoa, over 60% of the seasonal workers remit weekly or fortnightly, while diaspora members remit once a month or less. This strong sense of commitment was especially evident during the COVID, when the 2/3 of the seasonal workers experienced reduced working hours and earnings. Despite this, remittance flows to Samoa did not decline. Remarkably, 40% of those affected by reduced hours maintain or even increase their remittances to support their family back home, who are also facing financial distress due to loss of employment and reduced income. As a result, Samoa continued to receive about 70 million Samoan tara in remittances monthly during the COVID. So contrary to predictions by MIRAB critics, remittance flows remain stable, even under challenging economic conditions in host countries. So now I place the MIRAB in the context of climate change and explain how it operates with the Samoa's customary land tenure system. As shown in the green on this map, over 80% of the land in Samoa is under customary tenure. Customary land in Samoa is owned by extended families and governed by the chief, or matai, who is selected by family. The matai oversees the use, distribution, and protection of the family land. Within this system, with matai's approval, technically, all Samoan has a traditional rights to occupy or use customary land through their genealogical tie to the land. This customary land tenure makes it flexible for a family to shift their house location according to their need, which helps build their resilience against climate change. For example, in the case of Saremoa, a village on the northwestern coast of Upolu Island, a study by Samoan geographer Latai Nyusu found that many families in this village, Saremoa, shifted their residential location from the coastal to inland area in the 90s when cyclone destroyed their houses. With the permission from their matais, some families built houses within their plantation land inland and lived there permanently, while the other moved back and forth between the two locations inland and coastals, according to their need, as shown by the arrows in the map. These micro and circular movements to adapt to change were supported by the customary land, and these movements continue today. So this is the same area, the aerial picture of Samoa, and taken in 2015. And 8 years later, 2023, as you can see, more houses have been built inland. These micro mobilities are supported by MIRAB. In villages like this, most families have members earning income through public sector employment, while others engage in subsistence agriculture, planting crops, and raising pigs and chickens. Many families also receive remittances from members living overseas to cover daily or occasional expenses. Many from the village have participated in labor mobility scheme, providing additional funding resources that enable them to shift their house inland or renovate their home for better living conditions. Foreign aid also has played an important role in development infrastructure, such as paved road, piped water, electricity, and seawards and so forth, that enhance grassroots climate resilience. In this context, I argue that MIRAB, in combination with customary land tenure, has increased the adaptive capacity of Samoan family to respond to changing environmental conditions. This is my last slide. So if that is so, why some economists, aid donors, regional and international institutions are still reluctant to accept MIRAB as a valid model of development? Maybe because they interpret development through the lens of economic growth. Or maybe their reluctance reflects the discourse of vulnerability that overlooks the agency and ability of the Pacific states to determine their own development paths. It has been more than 40 years since the MIRAB was coined, the term MIRAB was coined. Throughout these decades, Samoa's economy has consistently relied on aid and remittances, and yet it is still seen as unsustainable. So my question is, how long will it take for the international community to recognize MIRAB as a culturally grounded, sustainable development strategy suited to the Pacific? I believe it is the time to acknowledge the Pacific has crafted its own development model, not driven by the market or the economic growth, but rooted in people. I would like to conclude my presentation by emphasizing that while the vulnerability of the Pacific is often highlighted, MIRAB countries like Samoa may actually be less vulnerable to climate change than some or many donor nations, where people lack traditional land rights that enable them to shift their homes inland when needed, or where the people, not many have a family members participating in a seasonal work scheme to continue providing financial support for the people back home in times of hardship. So who is truly more vulnerable? What do you think? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I invite David Abbott to present, this is just information for all the participants, presenters, and the chairs. After a brief chat with the co-conveners, we have made a slight change to the program. So this session is going to end at 12 instead of 11:45. And the next session will start at 12. And we'll go for lunch at 1. So the next session will have the full 1 hour that was allocated to the next session. We'll shorten lunch by 15 minutes and we'll all meet here at 1:45 as on a schedule for session 3. So next presenter is David Abbott from Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, who's going to talk about human mobility, demographic change, and growth prospects in PIP. And it's good to see you back at USP, David.
Where's the controller?
Thank you very much, everyone, and thanks, as everyone has preceded me has said, thanks to ANU and USP for arranging this update again this year. I'm very happy to be back again presenting. I think this is my third time to present at one of these sessions, and it's great to be back. One of the things that we've been talking about, well, the primary thing we've been talking about this morning is the labour mobility schemes. But the issue really is not so much the labour mobility schemes, but is human mobility overall. And that is something that I think is being pretty much overlooked. And I think one of the reasons that it's been overlooked is because everybody's very concerned about the brain drain, about the way that Pacific Islanders are being treated, perhaps in Australia and New Zealand, but they tend to forget the number of people, as Masami has just pointed out, from Samoa alone, there's like 250,000 Samoans with Samoan heritage in the US alone. Now, no attention is really being given to them, and we need to think more about what is human mobility and how does the labour mobility program or the programs fit into that. So what I'm going to talk about today is the start of a study that has been is a study that was initiated basically last year by the Forum Economic Ministers, who raised the question of, well, if we're losing all these young people predominantly, if we're losing all these young people to the labour mobility schemes, what benefit are we getting in the domestic economies? And we can look at the domestic economies, and we saw when Professor Howes was talking on Tuesday that whilst we can see GDP is not growing very fast, there is a lot of money coming into the countries that has really been sort of not paid much attention to. So what good is all this money doing to the domestic economies, and why are we not seeing economies grow faster? As Masami has just pointed out, there's a huge amount of remittances going into Samoa, and this has been the case for many, many years and is significantly boosted by the labour mobility schemes. But the growth rates, the economic growth rates in Samoa, particularly GDP, has not been any faster or any stronger than most of the other countries. So when we talk about remittances being drivers of growth, that is not really the case. And what we will see in what I'm going to show you this morning is that what they're driving is consumption expenditure. And for those who are in the labour mobility schemes, that's obviously very beneficial to them. But in the SDG term, leaving no one behind, what we're seeing is that large proportions of the economy, proportions of the households in the economies are being left behind because they're not benefiting from this, and they're not benefiting from all the money that's coming in under the net foreign income that Professor Howes was talking about. The money is going into governments, but it's not actually being seen to develop the economies. Our SDG indicators have not significantly improved over the years. Okay, COVID obviously set back the achievement of many of the SDGs, but nevertheless, even before that, we were not seeing much significant improvement. But nevertheless, what Professor Howes was pointing out with the GNDI was that the countries, the governments particularly, were getting a lot of money coming in from fish licenses, from the aid, and the households were getting money from remittances. But where was this all going, and what good was it doing in terms of driving the domestic economies? So what I'm going to show you here is there are lots of opportunities now for both short-term and long-term migration, particularly the PEV, which we've heard a lot about this morning, the Pacific, the skilled worker programs, the Pacific Access Category Visa, the Samoa Quota Scheme, the Falepili Union Scheme in Tuvalu. Then we've got those countries in the region that have free access to metropolitan countries, the compact countries in the North Pacific with free access to the US, the New Zealand realm countries with free access to New Zealand, and there are always opportunities for regular migration. So this slide very briefly shows the formal opportunities there are for permanent migration, and altogether with the 2,700 that are available to the Pacific Island countries, excluding Timor-Leste, we have about 5,500 persons each year have the opportunity to migrate permanently. Now, if we look at the labour mobility schemes, and this data comes from both New Zealand and the Australian websites, we can see that at the end of 2024, there were almost 40,000 persons working, and I've heard today that there are actually more than that now in Australia. So we can see that the programs are growing enormously. We've got some new countries. We've got Fiji, which has increased its number of people on both the RSE and the PALM schemes over the last 3 years from COVID, as have Solomon Islands and Tuvalu and Kiribati as well. So they've all been increasing their numbers. So altogether, we have about 40,000. But that's really not a huge number in relation to all those who are leaving to migrate permanently. Now, in this exercise, we looked at the age cohort of 0 to 14 years in a census during the 1990s, okay? Now, what we said was, well, okay, if all those people in that age cohort, if they stayed in their home countries, you would expect a very similar number to be available in the labour market in their countries in the most recent census, which would have taken place sometime between, say, 2020 and 2023. But when we actually look at those census figures over that 25 to 30 year period, we can see there's been an enormous outmigration from almost all the countries. And we can see there, I hope you can see those numbers, that in column D, we have the number of young people in the age group 0 to 14 years in the 1990 census, in the start year, which is in column A, and in the end year, column B, column E indicates the expected number of people that would have been in that age cohort of 30 to 44 years in the most recent census. But in column F, you can see the number of people actually recorded in those censuses in the most recent census. And instead of having 450,000 people in that age cohort in the most recent census, we only had 267,000. So there was a loss of approximately 180,000 people had migrated from those census in the 1990s to the census in the 2020s or thereabouts. So in the final column, you can see the proportion of the population that had actually been lost. And in the Marshall Islands, it was 55%. In Tonga, it was about 55%. In Micronesia, 51%. Samoa, 48%. And that really matches to what Masami was saying about the number of Samoans who are in their diaspora. Tuvalu, 38%. Fiji, almost a third. Vanuatu, and the ones at the bottom, Vanuatu, Kiribati, and the Solomon Islands, were both incredibly small because they didn't have, at that time, an opportunity really to migrate. back in the 1990s through to the 2000s, there weren't many opportunities in those countries for them to migrate, although that has changed with the labour mobility programs. This chart just reflects those figures that I've just quoted in a chart form rather than in a number form. So what's the impact of this? Well, we've got changing demographics. You can see that from those census figures that in Melanesia, there's been a big decrease in fertility rates. And what that's meant is that the proportion of children in the population has declined significantly in all the Melanesian countries, including Fiji. That's primarily because of the decline in fertility, because those countries have not generally, apart from Vanuatu in the more recent times, they have not had major migrations. Fiji, yes, but PNG and the Solomons, not a great migration, but their number of children, their proportion of children has declined significantly. And that has serious consequences for the future. In Micronesia, the proportion of children in the population has not decreased that much, but it has in Palau, because there's been a lot of migration from Palau and also from the Marshall Islands. In Polynesia, there's not so much change because the change is basically balance between the fertility rates, which haven't declined as much because they were already relatively low compared to those in the Melanesian countries. But we still see that the proportion of children in Samoa and in the Cook Islands has also declined. Now, if we look at the working age, in the Melanesian countries, the proportion of people in the labor force has increased slightly between the 1990s and the more recent census. And that is a reflection of the faster population growth that there was back in the day, back in the 90s, when fertility was high. Micronesia, again, similarly, the proportion of the labor force in the population has increased. Again, in RMI, RMI is a slightly odd place because the recent census has shown that there's been a very significant outmigration. So I'm not absolutely sure that that figure is correct. But in the other countries, it has improved a little bit, but not very much. And in the Polynesian countries, the outmigration has been balanced by the new population coming through, and there hasn't been a very significant change in the proportion of the labour force in the population. But what we have seen in the elderly is a complete reversal of that, that in Melanesia, there has been, particularly here in Fiji, there's been a very big increase in the number of people who are in the elderly age group. In Micronesia, it's changed. In Palau particularly, the proportion of elderly in the population is increased quite significantly. But that's again because there has been a big outmigration of people from Palau to the US, to Guam, under the compact. And in Polynesia, the number of elderly has also increased significantly in Samoa and Cook Islands. Again, Cook Islands is an unusual case because of the free access, and it often means that a lot of the younger people are going to school in New Zealand and leaving the elderly to stay at home. And I think from New Zealand, and this comes to the question about the superannuation that was asked previously, workers on the RSE scheme and workers in New Zealand are able to take their superannuation back home, back to the Cook Islands, and that has enabled them to retire to the Cook Islands. And I think the same then applies to Samoa, because of the number of Samoans who have been long-term residents in New Zealand, have taken their superannuation and retired back to Samoa. Now, the question then becomes, okay, we've seen all this movement of people. What is actually happening to the economies back at home? And this comes back again to what Professor Howes was talking about on Tuesday. Have we really seen any improvement in the economies as a consequence of the labour mobility programs and the remittances and the remittances that come back from the permanent migration people. But what we've seen is that in the first column there, column A, is the average growth rate, the average annual growth rate in GDP over the period from 2014 through to 2023. And you can see that the green, numbers in green are those over 2%. The ones in yellow are those that are between 2% and 0. And the odd one there for Palau particularly is a negative. Now, if we look at the population growth rates, again, over the long-term period from 2003 to 2023, you can see that there are the Melanesian countries particularly have had higher growth rates shown in green, and the Polynesian countries have had growth rates which are actually very low and in some cases negative. And what's that impact of that on their GDP? It means that their GDP per capita has not been growing very much. And you can again see that Cook Islands, because it's a negative population growth rate, their actual per capita GDP growth was quite high. But in the other countries, particularly in the Melanesian countries, you can see that they're either negative or very low in the 0 to 2% areas. Now, okay, let's look at the remittances. What I'm showing here are the countries that have had very significant increases in remittances between 2020 and 2023. Vanuatu has shown a very big increase, and that's reflected in the number of PALM and RSE workers that they've had. In Tonga as well, there's been a big increase, as there has been in Samoa. And Fiji shows a big increase, as does the Solomons. And Fiji and the Solomons, as I mentioned, they've been new entrants, really, not completely new, but they have boosted their numbers very significantly since COVID. But where is all this going? We looked at the growth rates of the sectors in the economy which might have benefited from remittances. So we're looking at what sectors of the economy have grown faster than the economy as a whole. And we can see here that countries that have had big remittances, most of the growth from the GDP that's happened is in the retail sector. So we can see that in the Solomons, in Vanuatu, in Tonga, in Tuvalu, and also unusually perhaps in Palau. But what that means is that most of the remittances, it would seem, are not actually contributing to the growth in the economies. They are simply passing through. Money comes in, and what do the families do? They use that money for consumption expenditure. So they use that money to go to the stores. Instead of perhaps buying local produce in the markets, they're buying rice, they're buying other imported foods. And you can say, as we've heard, that yes, they build houses, but that doesn't generally contribute to GDP, because what they're doing is buying building materials that are imported. They're often building their houses themselves or using family members. And that activity, whilst it should be in the GDP, is not being counted in GDP because there's no mechanism for, there's no mechanism for it to be counted. So my point here is that although those that are in the labour mobility schemes are now sending back very, very significant amounts of money to their families, they're not contributing to their domestic economies. And what we can see is, if we look at the number of households in each country and the number of labour mobility workers, and assuming that there's one labour mobility worker for each household, and there may be two or more, but assuming that there's only one person per household is working on a labour mobility scheme, there are Tonga, Vanuatu and Tuvalu, about 1/4 of households would be receiving remittances. In Samoa, it's about 17%. In Solomons and Fiji, it's roughly only 4% of households. So there are very significant numbers of households that are not getting remittances, that are actually being left behind because we are not seeing significant growth in the domestic economies. And what we've heard from other presenters is the need for growth in domestic economies to encourage people to stay in their domestic economies rather than either migrate permanently. And we've heard already that there's 56,000 applicants for the 3,000 places on the PEV scheme. So there's clearly a lot of people who don't see a good future for themselves in their home countries. And what we need to do is to build something that will improve the domestic economies by getting labour mobility workers to perhaps invest in businesses, to invest in activities that will generate domestic employment, generate domestic growth. And maybe, as Christina said, in the Solomons, maybe we can send some people to the Solomons to grow cocoa on an intra-regional mobility scheme so that we can actually generate more growth that way. So, okay, I'm told I've had enough. You can read the rest of it another time. Thank you.
Thank you, David. You did use up your 15 minutes, so we'll be uploading the slides online as well, and we'll be sending the link to all the participants. Can we have the presenters in front? I think we have 5 minutes, so we'll have an opportunity for a few questions. Yes, there is a hand pending from last time. Give opportunity to the gentleman at the back there. 1, 2, and 3 here. Please be brief so we can take more questions.
Thank you. My name is Felix Paca. And the reason why I'm here is because of the TVET concept. I was part of the APTC program that had left, has finally ended, but sorry. The question that I want to bring here is the TVET concept in terms of Fiji moving forward as in the mobility scheme. I know the challenge for us in Fiji now is where do we stand in terms of quality educational standard in terms of TVET? If you look at the statistics now, there's lacking in terms of the recognition in terms of Australia and New Zealand, recognizing our qualifications here. For me, it's important that this has to be key for all Pacific Island in terms of the TVET concept. Otherwise, that's where you're going to let us down. Because without TVET, there's no engine room in here. I'm also a graduate of the university, but also a TVET recipient too. So the question now is, what is there for us as TVETing? Thank you.
Thank you. Here, the lady in the middle here. Here, please. And then quick one from Sefa. We take 3 questions and then we'll go to the presenters for their responses.
Malo Lele, and thank you all speakers for your interesting and thought-provoking presentations earlier. My name is Vinny, just an interested citizen of the Pacific. My question is more a general comment for everyone involved in this space of labor mobility, and especially human mobility, of what the impacts of these things that we're talking about. Yes, there's the allure of better life chances or better economic development for your own family and your country moving abroad. But I'm interested in understanding whether a consideration is given to the implications that all of this has for the children. There was a comment earlier about the impacts on youth, but young children in the Pacific under the age of 18 make up at least 40% of population of each of our Pacific Island countries. All of our countries have signed on to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And the question then is whether the well-being of the child, both physically, mentally, and emotionally, is factored into decisions around labor mobility, human mobility. Thank you.
Impact on children. We'll take one more from Sefa and then we'll go to the presenters.
Thank you. This is Sefa from the University of the South Pacific. A question to all, if you can answer. Specific labor mobility, there are different sectors, socioeconomic and cultural. But one thing is missing from this research is the political consciousness of returnees. Why this is important? Because it creates a conscious population that enable a change in leadership. People who vote, there's one. And two is for David. David, you talk about GDP and the lack of remittances to increase GDP. My point here is remittances create an avenue for people to use to improve their standard of living, to buy things, and to create this vibrant domestic market. So to say that it doesn't create increased GDP, I think that's an understatement. Thank you.
Thank you. So TVET policy, impact on children, and why doesn't increase in remittances through consumption capture the impact on GDP growth rates that we are supposed to see? We'll start with David perhaps with the last question, and then we'll move on to, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that the issue is that remittances simply coming into countries and being spent in the stores buying imported goods doesn't generate any contribution to GDP other than to that store, that retail sector. Now, that's not to say that in places such as here in Fiji or maybe in Papua New Guinea, which are much more diversified economies with a lot of small businesses already established, that there's a bigger multiplier of the money coming in from remittances. But in some of the smaller countries, Tuvalu, Kiribati, even Samoa and Tonga, we're not seeing that money actually having a multiplier effect. And if there was a multiplier effect, as you're suggesting, from remittances, particularly in places like Samoa and Tonga, which have had high levels of remittances for many years, we would see greater growth in their economies if that money was being spent in a way that created a multiplier effect through the economy. But we're not seeing that. So what we are seeing is most of that money goes out almost immediately in remittances. It may be saved, someone coming back after 6 or 7 months of working on the PALM scheme may come back with $10,000, $15,000, but when they're using that, they will use that simply for consumption over the next 6 months until the next contract comes up. So it's not actually generating much in the way of economic activity. And that goes for the money that comes in from the fishing licenses and also from aid expenditure. Governments are spending this money, but the real question might now be, well, what is all this money being spent on if we're not seeing improvements in the SDG indicators? You know, it might be a useful exercise for someone looking at public finance to add up how much is spent on travel, for example, throughout the whole of the region. And that could account for a very substantial part of all the money that's coming in from fish licenses. And we see huge delegations going off to, particularly to climate change meetings, but that's another issue.
Thank you, David. I think you made your point really well. Any takers on the impact on children?
I'm happy to respond to that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the comment. It's a really important comment and consideration. Our study didn't include children in the sample because of ethics. So we have limited data on the impacts on children. What we did find is that people have a strong desire for a better life for their children, including education, and people are spending quite a substantial amount of their remittances on education for children. But I do take your very good point that we're looking more holistically at wellbeing generally for children. Spoken like a good researcher, we do need more research and we need studies that include children in the sample.
Thank you. And I think that's an excellent intervention. We have seen a lot of research on the impact at the household level or family level, but we haven't really honed down on the impact on children. So really timely intervention. The TVET, yes, Debbie.
Sorry, can I just add to that? Because I think Rukmani, when she spoke yesterday, emphasized the importance of education in terms of alleviating poverty. And what we have seen over the last 20 odd years in analyzing household income and expenditure survey data is that as you improve educational attainment levels, so the incidence of poverty in those families decreases very significantly. And what Rukmani was saying is that we need to invest more in tertiary education and also in TVET. But the thing is that in order to be able to invest in tertiary and TVET education, you've got to have children coming out of primary and out of secondary that are able to move into those higher levels. And if we look at the transition rates from primary to secondary into tertiary and TVET, the rates of transition decline very dramatically. So we need to really encourage governments to emphasize education from primary, even preschool, through the education system so that they are able to take advantage of the opportunities that are being made available. And I agree entirely with what you're saying about the TVET program.
Thank you. We'll take one response from Camilo.
Yes.
And we'll close the session. And I see the chair of the next session is looking at me. So
I just want to make one or two comments on very small scale because my study is focused on a very small community. Maybe Natasha who's coming on this afternoon, maybe give us more light on the national scale. Yes, quite a lot of these a very small number of houses that are built. Quite a lot of the timber is cut from by the villagers in other villages, so that to some extent, there's a bit of stimulating of the local economy, but on a very small scale. The education is a big thing in Papua New Guinea and everywhere. But unfortunately, from where I come from, the small island community, it's very sad that they don't value education. Quite a lot of people who are coming on a PALM scheme from my island, people who are living primary education, one or two have completed, one has gone to grade 12. But at a national level, quite a lot of the grade 12 graduates do not find jobs in Papua New Guinea. So this is a very, very good way for them to earn a lot of money. One of these sons from Mokele was a grade 10 graduate. He was just sending a very sincere concern to the island that you were saying that can someone on the island do something about his teachers who are not coming to classroom, because he has 3 children who are attending the community school. So these people are also very concerned with the education of the children.
thank you very much. Let's thank our presenters. Thank you. And our apologies if you had any questions, couldn't ask them, couldn't allow you to because the time limit. But our presenters will be joining us for lunch. So if you have any questions, you can ask them during lunch. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Just while we're setting up, I've just been told I can go another 10 minutes, but we will try and keep it close to finishing at 1 o'clock so that we can get everybody to lunch. So my name is Kate Learmonth. I'm the Senior Pacific Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Advisor with the International Planned Parenthood Federation, or IPPF, based here in Suva and supporting our members throughout the Pacific. And I have the privilege today of talking about reproductive health and justice around the palm workers or seasonal workers across Australia and New Zealand. And we have had a bit of a change to our panel as unfortunately Sarai from True Relationships Queensland was unable to join us. And so I'm chairing and we will have Lindy Kanan from Australian National University, then we'll have followed by Sarah Ratu from the Reproductive Family Health Association of Fiji, and then Dolores Devesi from IPPF. And I'm going to introduce them as they come up and speak. And then we're going to try and have, we've got about a question each, and then we're going to open the floor up for discussions. So we'll readjust the time as we go. So first up, we have Lindy Cannon from the Australian National University. And Lindy has been conducting research relating to the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme with a focus on well-being, reproductive justice, and the prevention of violence against women. And she will be presenting on some of her findings from her research into reproductive justice and the PALM scheme. Over to you, Lindy.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. For those that don't know me, my name's Lindy Cannon. I've been engaged as a Senior Research Officer at the Development Policy Centre to work on this research project for the last 18 months or so, and I'm also a PhD candidate at the University of the Sunshine Coast. So this research project is about reproductive justice, which is a concept that comes from international human rights frameworks. And it's about the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy. It's about the human right to have children, to not have children, and to parent in safe and sustainable communities. I moved from Canberra to Queensland in 2020, and moving back to regional Australia, it was sort of like two worlds colliding for me after spending about 10 years working on gender and development in the Pacific, and then going to some of these country towns that were part of my childhood, like Bundaberg and Mareeba and Innisfail, and seeing the PALM scheme and how that's playing out in regional Australia now. So the aim of this project was to look at the experiences of PALM participants in relation to reproductive justice, and it really came out of advocacy from service providers in regional Australia who kept saying to me, we need more research on this. We want people to know what's happening within our services in regional Australia. So I'm going to rush through it a little bit because I've been asked to condense it. So I spoke to 54 people in all. 20 of them were PALM participants. They represented most of the PALM countries and sectors. They were in 3 different states of Australia. They were mostly women. I spoke to 10 employer representatives. They were all in the horticulture industry in Queensland. And I spoke to 24 different stakeholders. These were people who were selected because of because they work with PALM participants in their day-to-day jobs, either as Pacific community workers or their service providers in towns in regional Australia that have high numbers of PALM participants, and they were interested to share their experiences of providing services to PALM participants. So what I found is that pregnancy is quite a time of vulnerability if women become pregnant while they're in Australia, and they have a lot of uncertainties about their future. They're not sure if their health insurance will cover the costs. They're not sure how they can keep earning a living. They're not sure what will happen to their visa. They're not sure if they can stay in Australia or if they have to go home. I found that there was discrimination happening against pregnant people across different stages of the labour mobility journey, starting from the recruitment process. I was really interested to learn that in most countries, women are tested for pregnancy and they have to show a negative test in order to participate. And I've thought about that a lot in the context of sort of Australia's Human Rights Sex Discrimination Act, where that would be illegal in Australia to pregnancy test someone in order to offer them employment. I found that PALM participants aren't clear about what their workplace rights and responsibilities are if they become pregnant, and some employers also admitted that they weren't sure how to manage pregnancy in the context of PALM. I also found that pregnant people were at risk of disengaging from the scheme because of this pregnancy, not knowing where to go, who to talk to. In terms of sexual and reproductive health and rights, I found that the health insurance product that PALM scheme participants hold is not well understood, especially in terms of these types of services, pregnancy, contraception, and sexual STI testing. Service providers spoke about rising numbers of PALM participants in their communities seeking terminations, especially in that period post-COVID where the numbers increased significantly. Participants talked about interpersonal and structural reproductive coercion. I found that there's low uptake of contraception, which we know is influenced by social, cultural, and religious factors, and sexual health needs of PALM participants are not always being met. In terms of parenting, we heard about the family accompaniment pilot before, where 200 families, 200 PALM participants can bring their families to Australia and they have access to Medicare and social protection, such as family tax benefit and the childcare subsidy. Through my research, I found that there's people who are in Australia anyway on 4-year contracts who've become pregnant and had children but don't have access to any of these services. So the sort of hardship situations, and I came across a lot of complex situations which might involve babies being adopted out, child protection services intervening or monitoring, and also complicated situations relating to visas. I also looked into sexual and gender-based violence and found that women are at risk of experiencing sexual harassment and sexual violence. Women reported this happening in the workplace, at accommodation settings, particularly when men and women were at the same accommodation site, and other settings in the community as well. Male PALM participants were being implicated in the perpetration of sexual violence, and employers spoke about intimate partner violence affecting work productivity. So I also looked at the information and support services and found that PALM participants don't always have access to information on sexual and reproductive health and rights and sexual and gender-based violence that's accessible and it's delivered in a culturally appropriate way. Jan this morning talked about all the support mechanisms that are in place for the PALM scheme, and I agree that these have really improved over the past few years. There is the DUA hotline, there are country liaison officers, there's a community connections program. But when I looked at each of these services, I found that not one met all the criteria of being confidential, independent, culturally appropriate, and in language. If you think you might be pregnant, if you've had a sexual encounter and you're not sure if it was consensual and you need to talk to somebody, you don't want to talk to your government about that. You don't want to call the Australian government and talk about that. You don't want to talk to your employer about that. So I think there's a gap there in terms of services for women in particular. Then lastly, a lot of the service providers that I spoke to felt that they weren't equipped to support PALM participants because it was a whole new client base for them. They didn't have background on sort of cultural practice in the Pacific, what are people's health-seeking behaviours, and so they felt they wanted resources to be able to support the PALM participants that were using their services. So this research has been written up into a report which went online on Friday last week. It's called "It's Not Illegal to Be Pregnant," which is a quote from one of the employers that I interviewed. So it's now available on the Dev Policy Publications site, and that QR code will take you to the report as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lindy, and really important research to understand some of those experiences. And now we're going to shift into experience of working with particularly the PALM participants, but also RSE participants before they leave. And so I'm going to invite Sarah Ratu up to come and speak to us. She's a program manager at the Reproductive Family Health Association of Fiji, and they provide sexual and reproductive health services and national advocacy. And in particular, they are supporting the National Employment Centre with pre-departure briefings on sexual and reproductive health. And actually, Sarah came this morning from delivering a session to 100 participants heading to Australia and New Zealand this weekend. So over to you, Sarah.
Pulavinaka, everyone. Every time I go to Katria Hall, if some of us are not familiar with Fiji context, Katria Hall is where they have the sessions for our seasonal workers living for either Australia or New Zealand. When we always ask, why SRH to seasonal workers living our shores? And they always say, it's for our safety. Safety from what? And they always say, from STIs, from pregnancy. So that's why we're doing SRHR. So what's SRHR to everybody? Anyone know what SRHR is? Okay, it's on sexual and reproductive health and rights. So why are we providing sexual and reproductive services to our seasonal workers? Even though they are going into a bigger continent than Fiji or even the other Pacific Island countries, we still have issues around sexual and reproductive health. And who we are the Reproductive and Family Health Association of Fiji, or short for REF. Not referee for games, but REF as in RFHAF. We are a member association of the International Planned Parenthood Federation. We are one of the 10 member association in the Pacific, and we serve Fiji, here in Fiji, doing sexual and reproductive health information and services. So we are just your neighbors. We are here at Nailuva Road, 147 Nailuva for our Suva office. We have our Western office in Olosara in Singatoka and Beddoes Circle in Nandi, and we are yet to reopen in the Northern Division. So what do? We provide sexual and reproductive health services, awareness and education, not only during stable times, but also during crisis, because sex doesn't stop, right? It happens, whether it's in a disaster or in an evacuation center or at home, it continues. So we provide information and services in terms of family planning. We just found the research that women are getting pregnant while in Australia or in New Zealand. So that's why we provide family planning services, breast, STI management, even pap smear screening, fertility counseling, GBV, point of care testing. This is the 15 minutes rapid test we are doing for both HIV and syphilis, and not forgetting our NCD screening. So in terms of the work that we're doing with the National Employment Center, we started in 2020. And with the first lot that was leaving Fiji, it was at their office, at the post office building upstairs with 7 participants. This morning, I had 100 participants. The other week, I had about 179 participants. So more people are leaving. And another time, I just have 4 people leaving for either New Zealand or Australia. But now we have moved. We are seeing more than 100 cases to 4 people during pre-departure briefing. We are not only seeing the participants, but also their families. I was returning today and one of the men was saying, I have been having this issue. I have these testicles, one moves up and one moves down. And I said, when are you leaving? I'm leaving on Saturday. When has this started? Oh, it's been a couple of years now. So, like I was telling them, if you don't know where to go when you are in Fiji, how will you know where to go when you are in Australia? So I just can't take it to Australia. So now we're doing it every Wednesday, every Thursdays, and Friday if Monday is a public holiday. And we not only do it in Suva, but also in Lambasa and Nandi if there are participants not traveling to Suva. From 2020 to 2025, we managed to start providing point of care testing in the center at Katria Hall. And we've started earlier in April. That's after collaboration with the National Employment Center to provide the service in-house. Even though we've had cases of our participants accessing the service here at 147, but we've started with the testing in-house. And we've been part of the meetings with the National Executive Council, where we had one just last few weeks, where we share what we have done around the work on SRHR. I was telling the seasonal workers, when the first 3 days, it's all about ANZ, Western Union, New World, Digicel, FTUC, Tau Insurance, it's all about investing in money. But money won't be of use to them when they are sick. So why not invest in their health? Get tested so that they know their status and be able to prevent themselves. In terms of way forward, we just in the work that we do with True Queensland and other MAs and other partners from Family Planning Australia, now we have a package that we can use in terms of our way forward. When I was preparing this, it hasn't come out, the package, but now we have a package that can identify the service providers in the state that the seasonal workers will be working in, and also the cost of services. Always emphasize to our seasonal workers in Fiji, have your test. Access services now because it's free, because when you go to Australia, there will be cost in terms of the services that they provide. And in terms of the community outreach, we are also targeting the areas where these workers are from. Like one time when I came, there was about 50 men that came from Kandavo. Today, all the 100 were men. So like there's a lot of men leaving. So we are also targeting their communities for their wives and children, and also referring them to the office for other services. And we work with partners during the, should be pre-departure briefing, PDB, and also the provision of other services in-house. Because we are there from Monday to they are there from Monday to Thursday. We just come in on Thursday. So why not provide the services, whether it's pap smear, breast self-examination, or even counseling on a one-to-one basis, because you can be holding them up the whole day on Thursday just to provide these services. Why not come in on Monday and provide these services? So those are some of the pictures of the sessions that we've done in both Lambasa, Nandi, and Suva. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And having come from that example of what our member associations are doing in pre-departure, I'm now going to invite Dolores Devesi up, who is the Director, Pacific Member Association Support and Development for IPPF, based here in our sub-regional office for Fiji. And Dolores is going to take you through some of the package we've been developing to support all of the members across the 10 Pacific countries.
Thank you. I'm not in the best position holding everyone up for lunch too, I think. Hello everyone, Bula, and hello, Olgeta Wantok. I think first of all, just wanted to introduce who IPPF is. We do get a lot of questions on who is IPPF. So IPPF stands for the International Planned Parenthood Federation. We are a global network of leading sexual reproductive health providers. We, as Sarah had mentioned too earlier, there are 10 member associations. So in the Pacific, we are made up of 10 member associations, and RAF is one of them. This one? Okay. In 2024, across the 10 countries that we work with, we reached 126,102 clients across the 10 countries in terms of women and girls, but also men who access sexual reproductive health services. Why are we here? We have an advantage, where as a federation, we do have members in Australia and New Zealand. And so like the work of RAF is also linked to service providers in this country. And I think that's a really good advantage that we, in the past 12 months, we've started to strengthen the work in that particular area. There are 3 steps to our work and our engagement with the labour mobility schemes and the RSC schemes for New Zealand. First one is the pre-departure briefing, which you heard from Sarah earlier, where our member associations work with the governments in country to provide information. And also it's a time to promote the services that are available in country. The second part is when they get into Australia or to New Zealand, and that's where our members in Australia and New Zealand are also there to then be able to provide additional services, but also linking up to the work that's been undertaken in country. The third component where we're looking into and we're working on strengthening that is what happens when they return into country. They probably have gotten accustomed to some of the services in Australia. They may have come across some issues in Australia. We'd like them to be able to reconnect with the services when they're back in their countries. Some of the challenges we've seen, and as Sarah also mentioned, sex doesn't stop. And it is a sensitive topic. I think where families are involved, I think there's also the unspoken word that no, sex doesn't happen while our husband is away, or while our wives are away, or our girlfriend and boyfriends are away. But we know it happens, and that's where some of the research that Lindy presented earlier about pregnancy, as we know, also arises from that. We also, with regards to the challenges, even though we know there's been a lot of good efforts and a lot of information sessions shared, through some of the research and consultations, Talanoas, we found as well during the pre-departure briefings that for most of the participants, that may be the first time they've actually attended an information session or an awareness session on sexual reproductive health. So imagine when they going overseas to a country they're not familiar with. They're shy. They haven't talked about this openly within their own family circle. How do we expect them to then be able to know what kind of support is out there for them? If you want to read more, I think we've already put together some work with Lindy and ANU, and we developed a blog last year. Let's talk about sex. There's the link to it if you want to read more of the details for that. As alluded to earlier, as part of our work in terms of trying to strengthen the three components of the pre-departure, while they're in country, and the returning, we've just recently launched with support from TRUE in Queensland, in Australia, and through the Family Planning Alliance Australia. We've now standardized our pre-departure briefings for our member associations who participate in the pre-departure sessions. And it's built and it's developed in a way that it's used existing materials or existing information that's readily available by member associations, but it also expands on providing a list of service providers in Australia, depending on which state that they actually are being sent to. So there's still a few more, I think, steps that we're working on with our Australia counterparts, but you'll see these are some of the topics that we've already covered so far. And there are flyers, there are fact sheets, there are PowerPoint presentations. So we've more or less consolidated, but it's also done in a way that it can be adapted in country, and that they can also be, done in different languages and translations for the member associations. And with the resource package that we have now, that will also just enable to make sure that there's the connection. And so that when they come back in country again, we're looking at some referral cards where they can come back and reconnect with the service providers in country. Okay, it's looking at me saying wrap up. So I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. And really thank you to all of our panelists today, and looking at how we can strengthen access to sexual and reproductive health before, during, and after their participation. I'll ask Dolores, Lindy, and Sarah to come up to the table, please. We have 20 minutes, so I just want to start with a couple of questions to the panel and then open it up to the floor. Okay, so my first question will be to Sarah. So Sarah, RAF has delivered numerous pre-departure briefings, and what kind of information are you finding that they're needing the most? So what keeps coming up as some of those topics that they're finding most useful?
Thank Thank you, Kate. Thank you for your question. Like when we do pre-departure briefing, most of the questions are around family planning, sexually transmitted infection. So like we always tell them, reproductive health is not only about sex, even though we talk about the issues that arise from sexual intercourse, but there are other things that we can do to prevent STIs, but most of the common ones are contraceptives, I think because they're leaving our shores, and also on STIs and HIV. So that's most of the questions that they ask during these sessions. So when we do services, we also refer them to servers that are in country. And also now that we have the package, we can give them the where to go when they are in Australia and the different states that they are in. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry, I did adapt that a little bit. Then my next question is for Lindy. So Lindy, based on the findings of your research, what do you think needs to change?
Thanks, Kate. So the report makes 13 recommendations, and I guess they're largely grouped around things at sort of the policy level, things that employers need support with, and also for the individual PALM participants. So I kind of touched on those in the presentation. For individual PALM participants, there's this, I think one of the challenges with this scheme is getting information to people going on their labour mobility journey at the right time. So, it's too much to try to put everything into the pre-departure briefing, and maybe people don't, it's just getting that information where people can access it when they need it, because, so I think that's one challenge, and maybe there needs to be a resource hub or something like that of materials that are, in language, culturally appropriate, and that people can understand. For the employers, I think some of them were really asking for support. They were like, we're having this problem within our workforce, and we don't know how to deal with domestic violence, and they were looking for support as employers. Other employers were kind of less interested, and maybe they need more of the monitoring rather than just support to make sure that they, are meeting their obligations under the Sex Discrimination Act, to make sure that they're making sure that their workplaces are free from sexual harassment. At the policy level, there's a few barriers that I think we can review. So there's a 12-month waiting period for pregnancy-related services in the private health insurance policy that PALM scheme participants take out. There's been a lot of advocacy in the international student space. There's over 100,000 international students in Australia, and there's a sexual health network of academics that have been advocating for better services for the international students. And there was a parliamentary inquiry in Australia into reproductive health, and one of the recommendations of that was to remove the 12-month waiting period for international students. It just so happened that nobody submitted a submission about PALM participants, but I think, now that there's that precedent in the international student space, we can look at that for PALM, particularly for people who are coming to Australia on 4-year contracts, because for international students, it'll be, if you take out a 2-year policy, there will be no waiting period. So particularly for people who are coming for 4 years, it makes sense for that to be waived. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Lindy. And I think it's really just important that we keep having these discussions because sexual and reproductive health is quite sensitive and often taboo. So how can we keep having the conversations and keep bringing it to the forefront? My last question is for Dolores. So IPPF member associations provide sexual and reproductive health services, and we have that advantage as being a federation of being throughout the Pacific, but also within Australia and New Zealand. And how can we work better together to ensure that continuity of care for particularly Pacific labour mobility participants in Australia before, during and after their participation?
Thank you, Kate. I'm looking around if I see Akosita, who was here earlier. In her presentation in the Tonga example, she mentioned the holistic community of care, looking at making sure we have to go in early, we're looking at prevention, but we also have connected support for our workers. And that was a good takeaway for me in terms of how we see the whole continuum of care, which is the language that we use. I think the important thing is often the pre-departure briefings are often maybe an hour session. And it's a lot for the workers to take in, and they're getting ready to leave. And one of the recommendations that have come up from our work and something that we would like to work on is to look at how we can target the worker pool ready group to start the conversations there. And as I said earlier, because for most of the participants at the pre-departure briefing, for some, it's the first time they've had to talk about sex openly with everyone, and to know that services are there and to know where to go for help. I think the key thing that we're working on, as I mentioned earlier with the package, is the connected support, so that they know as well that now that they know what, what services are provided for them in country, they've got the information, but where can they go for help, and who do they know to contact once they're in Australia? And the list of services, the referrals that we've provided in the package provides that. So at least there's some comfort for them knowing that there will be somebody out there who will look out for them. I think the other thing as well is making sure that we continue to collaborate with other agencies, to continue to talk about the challenges and the issues that are there, so that we can continue to strengthen our information packs, but also the amount of information we're sharing, making sure that we are also providing the correct information. There's already a lot of misinformation out there, and I think the connectedness is important. And I mentioned earlier about making sure that when they come back, return in country, if they've received contraceptives, for example, in Australia, that they come back, they know exactly where to go again once they return. It's giving them the choice, it's giving them the information and the knowledge so that they can act on their choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. And I should also mention that none of the member associations work in isolation. They work with the ministries of health and the public health systems as well. And so it's also about connecting more broadly. So I want to open the discussion up to any questions from the room. We've got about 10 minutes. So does anyone have any questions for the panel? Okay, we've got one here. Any? Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your very comprehensive presentations. I'm aware as we come to the end of this conference, they're just getting more and more brief, but we want to hear more. So I'd like to just ask if I could hear a few thoughts, especially with the communities that you're targeting in your research and in your programs. There's a lot more leaning towards traditional contraceptives like counting. And I just wanted to hear what you would think on the importance of research on women's sexual and reproductive health and how that can inform traditional contraceptive work, especially with new studies emerging of how even men's health impact women's pregnancy and so forth. That's all. Thank you.
We have one here and one at the front. So 2 and 3, and then we'll head to the panel.
Thanks for those great presentations. I wonder about the changes of perceptions in those people that you are seeing around sexual and reproductive health. Are there changes in understandings about issues around contraception, around pregnancy, and those types of things that we actually are seeing over time as people get, not only before they go over, but actually once they come back? And are they for the better or the worse? Thanks.
Thank you. And one right up the front.
Thank you very much for the presentations. They were very insightful to me. I've learned a lot. Just want to make a comment to Nini and ask a question. It's very sad about the revelation that the ladies have to be tested before they come on PAM, but it's understood. They, as you mentioned, it's not done in Australia for employment, you are not tested for pregnancy, and so on and so forth. But things are moving on. But I'd like to ask, how many pregnancies have you come across, and what has been done so far in Australia?
Great, thank you. Really great questions. India, I'll put that one to you. So I'll start with the first one and we'll hand that to Sarah. So Sarah, it was about the role of traditional contraceptives and research into sexual and reproductive health and rights. And perhaps, I don't know if you also want to reflect on the modern contraceptives.
Thank you. When we go out into the communities that we serve, when we talk about modern contraceptives, we also have the traditional one. But when you hear them talk about the traditional contraceptive, it's just how the modern contraceptive works. The timing they drink the herbal medicine or the time they drink water. And one of the incidents I've come across is the drinking of kava. Like how they use kava, and I just don't know how that works. But they've said that it worked on how they mix grog, the strongest mixture of grog that they are using to use as a modern contraceptive. But looking at how they're using herbal traditional traditional method is just like how we use the modern one, and looking at the fertility, even though it's a modern contraceptive, modern method, but how many women know how to count their days? How many women know their cycle so that they can work out the days that are safe and the days that are not safe? For an example, I use the modern method. My son is now 19. I don't use any other contraceptive, but I just use how I use my cycle. So that's why, ladies, we always carry our diary. So my son is 19 and I haven't had any other children, even though I've been trying. But so said, I've been used to the counting on the menstrual cycle. But other than that, women are coming in for contraception. But how often they use is really dependent on the service provider that is closer to them. We are here at 147, but women are coming from Nausori and Corvo, outer settings of Suva, like the availability of contraceptive at the health centers closer to them. We can only provide so much, but it's up to the women to access those services in the nearby centers that are closer to them. Because some might be facing difficulty in terms of money to come straight to Suva. That's why we reach out to the communities. But women accessing services in terms of sexual and reproductive health can still be stigmatized in some of the settings. We've been to settings where when we were talking about contraception, we still have the concept of men saying they're blaming contraception for the schools in their areas are closing down because there's no children to be educated in their school. So they're blaming contraception. So we were told, okay, you need to stop talking about contraception. But it's a family planning method that couples use to plan their family well. So it's the concept of how we are interpreting contraception in the communities that we serve. And in terms of intake, most of the women that come in for the pre-departure briefing, that's the first time for them to be in Suva or the first time to be in that setting to live for another country. But they are asking for contraception, like asking colleagues from Australia, how much for IUD? It's like 200 or 300 in Australia, but it's free in Fiji. So the choice is really theirs. We can only give them information, but the choice to take a contraceptive or not, or to go for testing or not, that is up to the person.
Answer the second.
So I think the question was around traditional contraception. I think that it is integrated into the work that the members do, but there perhaps needs to be more research into it as well. The second one is also on a kind of research around changes of perception and and understanding over time. And I might just start by saying I think there is definitely a gap in research on this. There is some operational research being done, particularly around family life education programs, but I'm going to hand to Dolores to answer that in more detail.
I think I only just wanted to expand on what I had shared earlier about how we've identified it as a gap And what we want to look at is connecting them once they come back to the country. So it's still work in progress, but we do recognize that there is a need for that, because we also hear stories of, when, particularly for men, when they go to Australia, they don't realize how tougher the sexual-based violence laws are in Australia. Maybe because they're not so used to being enforced in their home country, but they're realizing once they get there that it's different. And so we have yet to measure in terms of the behavior change of that, but we do know where our members are reporting is the coercion before they leave for their work, is asking their wives to remove their IUDs, for example, or their Jadel, so that while they're away, they can monitor if the wife's been faithful or not, kind of discussion. So that's something that we've and it's been discussed within our circles on how we also address that too. So thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Doro. So I think that talks about the reproductive coercion before they go, but then there's also some questions around what Lindy's research has found around potential reproductive coercion or sexual coercion in country. I'm going to hand to Lindy for the last question around the pregnancy testing and reference to the employment in Australia.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the question was about the number of pregnancies, and that's something that I did try to get data on for my research. So I did make a request to NIB, who holds most of the health insurance policies. They answered some of my questions around their policies, but they weren't willing to provide their data. I also requested data from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. So they do keep critical incident data when employers report to them incidents. So it does include pregnancies sometimes, but there's no requirement for employers or PALM participants to report their pregnancies to the department. So yeah, I requested that data. I got a question clarifying what I was asking. I answered the question and then the line went dead and I never got the data. But even if they did share that data, it wouldn't be comprehensive. I also, some of the clinics that are providing terminations of pregnancy, one of them did provide data to me and it's in the report. And then through, I guess, people that I interviewed who were sort of hospital social workers, through my research, I would have come across hundreds of pregnancies. But yeah, I don't have a figure for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindy. And I think also on the pregnancy testing before farm workers go to Australia, we know it's happening and we're hearing anecdotally that if a woman tests positive that they're not going, but we don't have any data at the moment. So that could be something to also look into. We're almost on time, so I might just give a final quick wrap up for each of the panelists, starting with Lindy and then Dolores and then Sarah.
I think my final point would be around, the thing that not shocked me, but I thought was really unfair doing this research was meeting the people who are in Australia, who have had children, who are really doing it tough, particularly women who might be, the father of the child might be somebody with a partner back home and he's no longer supporting that child, and the difficulty for them to access any services, access any paid parental leave, access any kind of child support. So I think these are really tough policy issues. Child support is difficult for Australians, let alone when there's other countries involved. And I talk about it a little bit in the report, but I think we really need to put resources and put our great policy minds to some of these issues to make sure that, women are looked after while they're in Australia.
Thank you. I think for me, just very quickly, comprehensive sexual reproductive health information sessions and awareness is key, and the education around that. I know it's not just with the PALM workers, but it has to start in schools as well, and also out of school and within the communities. And because in that way, then at least when the workers are brought on board, at least they've undergone some of the information session and they know where to seek for help. I think that's crucial. Thank you.
Thank you. Just from me, one thing I'll ask everyone is not like make noise around sexual and reproductive health. Like coming to university, I was here a few days ago. I came to watch my son play rugby, and I came into the washroom. The girl was standing there. I don't know why she was there. I think she's been there for a while. And when I came out, she asked, Isa, do you have a spare pad? You know, like talking about menstruation, we need to normalize sexual and reproductive health issue, whether it's sex, whether it's menstruation, whether it's HIV. HIV is on the outbreak now in Fiji. So what can we do to prevent SRH issues, not only in Fiji, but in the Pacific as a whole? Thank you.
Thank you. And just to wrap up, sexual and reproductive health and rights is about choice, and it's about choosing when, with whom, and how many children to have. And it's incredibly empowering to have the support required to make those choices. And I think that support has come up a lot in the last couple of days, but also that culturally appropriate care, continuity of care. And I think that's something that we all can agree to and we can all work towards. I just want to say a really big vinaka vakalevu to the organizers for allowing us to have this panel today. Often sexual and reproductive health and rights sometimes gets left off some of these discussions, and a really big thank you to Lindy and the other researchers working on this. And also a really big vinaka vakalevu to everyone for joining us here today. Thank you. I need to.
The closing. Closing. Their bags. So Ryan is a position for chair. And then. I know, I mean, the. Closing is Ryan. All right, cool, thanks. All right. Okay, yeah, thank you. It was big. Peter.
Oh, very nice to meet you, Lisa. Yeah, that's right. Got it. Aye, all good.
No worries, thank you. No, it's okay. That's fine. Look, we'll adapt, right? Yeah, that's okay. Yes. Ah, is it my kid's school? Oh, it's- One side. Nice. So rare that I have to lift it. Go, that's fine. Hi, everyone. We might get started. It's always hard being the session directly after lunch, but we're conscious of time for our speakers. So we'll kick off and people can join us as they come in.
Thanks. My name's Lisa Denny. I'm the Director of the Centre for Human Security and Social Change at La Trobe University. Thank you very much for having me. This is my first Pacific update, and it's been a joy to be with you all this week. So there's been a lot of talking, obviously, today about labour migration, but we also want to talk about, I guess, a wider range of movement of people in the region, and that's what this session is going to do. So that includes regional mobility visas, free association agreements, deportations, and also concerns around human trafficking. So this panel looks at how those who move integrate and also reintegrate in a range of contexts and the associated challenges for those individuals and their families, as well as for ideas of sovereignty, diplomacy, and cultural identity. So we're going to have 4 speakers who will each talk for about 15 minutes, and then we should have some time at the end for questions. So I'll just introduce each speaker as they come up. So first we have Henrietta McNeil-Stowers, who's a research fellow at the Department of Pacific Affairs at ANU. Her research is about Pacific regional security and the security migration nexus. And today she'll be talking about Trump's deportations to the Pacific Islands, diplomacy and risk. Thanks, Henrietta.
Bulavanaka, everyone. I get the exciting and controversial topic of Trump's deportations. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Deportations isn't necessarily a new thing under the second Trump administration, but it's long been an issue in the Pacific Islands region. And predominantly we're talking about deportations to Tonga, Samoa, Fiji, also to the Marshall Islands and to Cook Islands. My PhD research was based on deportations to Tonga, Samoa and Cook Islands. And what I found was most of the people deported to the region are males between 25 and 40. And they've mostly done less than 2 years in prison, indicating that it's usually minor crimes, although there are some people who have been deported after serving much longer sentences. The issue of deported people has been discussed in both the domestic and the regional security environment since about 2008. And so while there's panic about Trump's deportations at the moment, managing deportations is actually not a new issue for the region. So we know how to do it. Deportations are spurred mostly by domestic politics in the deporting state around law and order. And so in terms of academic research, they're often seen as issues that are just domestic and that don't have international consequences. But quite obviously for places like the Pacific, they really do. In terms of Trump, he's actively trying to take Obama's title of deporter-in-chief. He's used excessive power to deport more people under his second administration, using even the 1798 Alien Enemy Act by essentially declaring that all gang members are enemies to the US and therefore can be deported without any judicial process. Every time there's an announcement about deportations and the laws changing, it creates ripples across the world, as we've seen, including in the Pacific. So media coverage highlights the fear in communities that about deported people who have committed criminal offences returning. So, for example, with Trump's inauguration this time, a list was released by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Authority in the US about the number of people due to be deported. And that doesn't count the raids that have happened since November 2024. But it was circulated widely in Pacific media. So it was in PNG media, Samoa media, Tonga media, Fiji media, and was spread across the region. What it shows is that from 2024, the number of people to be deported to the Pacific Islands region would actually be about 600 people, which is actually more than deported to Samoa alone over the last decade. So given these numbers, I decided to analyse the rhetoric and the implications for the Pacific Islands region. The first thing I looked at was people in the US, diasporic communities in the US, even those residing there legally and for long periods of time,
feel a deep sense of fear about Trump's deportation announcements. It was reported that one 50-year-old Fijian woman who refused to be named represented her fears of potential expulsion. She said that most of us are scared to go anywhere. This executive order by Trump is an awakening experience for us. We have to be prepared because anything can happen. But diasporic communities in the US were working together to support one another. The Tongan community in Utah, where there's a large number of Tongans living, had sent warnings to the community, and they were working directly with an attorney who's been sharing things with the community so that they can tell them what they can and can't do. So if ICE knock on the door, they can say, no, you can't enter my home, and you don't have to answer any questions. These are called a know your rights approach. So it's thought that these are quite effective tools at preventing deportation where possible. But actually, it really limits people's lives. You know, if they don't feel safe going out because the only place that is safe is their home, it really affects their lifestyles. There's also concerns in domestic Pacific media about deported people's foreignness and ability to reintegrate. Deported people returning to Tonga from the US are typically perceived as having no language skills or potentially an Americanized Tongan language, which is not the same as the local dialect. They're often accused of wearing gangster attire and behaving in ways that's not typically Tongan. This was very much reported in the media, where we have Reverend Simisikava, the chaplain for the Tongan Prison Service, stating that the deported people struggle to find work, reconnect with their families, or even speak the language fluently. So there's these concerns about a lack of reintegration and the potential that without reintegrating fully, there may be potential reoffending. What we do know, and it came up a lot in my PhD research, was that when people do not get the support on arrival, the reintegration support, then they do tend to be more likely to offend than those who have support. Tied into these perceptions of deported people having been raised overseas, there are concerns about the fact that they might bring foreign forms of offending, and that they may have learned elsewhere and are bringing back to the Pacific. Indeed, a prominent lawyer in Fiji made the connection even more clear, saying, we've had lots of people who've served prison sentences in America get sent back to Fiji, where they introduce different kinds of criminal activities that they are well groomed in. While most of the reoffending done by deported people is actually usually self-medicating, so when we are talking about deported people using drugs, it tends to be very, very personal use. It's small amounts, it's not the trafficking scale. In my research over a decade in Tonga, there were only 9 prosecutions of deported people recorded. 4 of those were for personal use of drugs, not trafficking. However, in the last, there have been significant events, including assault, arson, and last year was the first case of a deported person being prosecuted for transnational criminal activity. And that was someone who'd been deported from Australia, being involved with the Comancheros gang and trafficking drugs to Tonga. But because of the fears of reoffending, there are lots of concerns highlighted in the media about the vulnerability of state institutions to manage the increase of people being deported. We know that managing the return of deported people takes up about 35% of the Tongan Transnational Crime Unit's time. Some commentators highlighted in the media that in many cases, legislation is not in place to be able to monitor deported people on their return. And remember, these people have done their time in prison while they were in the deporting state. In other ways, they would be free people on their return to their state of citizenship. But the bigger concern, I think, is really to focus on health security and the mental health facilities. Deportation is a really traumatic experience for people. And without proper support on arrival, people may turn to alcohol and drugs to cope. We already know that there are drug problems in Tonga, not necessarily caused by deported people, but that 70% of mental health admissions to Tonga's hospital are from drug-induced psychosis. So more support and reintegration so that people have purpose, can get jobs, can find accommodation, that will drive them away from drugs and lessen that burden on the health system and reduce the likelihood of reoffending. So can states actually do anything about these deportations? The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights mandates that countries accept their own citizens back, even if they are deported. Colombia, as we know earlier in the year, tried to prevent deportations from the US, But Trump immediately suspended US visa processing in Colombia, tried to take enhanced border inspections of Colombian travelers, and threatened to impose a 25% tariff on Colombian goods with an escalation to 50% by the end of the week if Colombia didn't comply. So these punitive measures unfortunately worked. The Colombian government did take back the people that were being deported to them in much larger scales than Pacific states see. But Pacific states tried to push back against deportations during COVID-19, suggesting that there should be a pause because for everyone else, the borders were closed and they needed to grapple with quarantine periods, flight disruptions. We all remember that period. And while Australia and New Zealand complied with this request to please pause deportations, the US didn't. It used punitive measures again to force states into receiving deportations. So the US blacklisted both Samoa and Tonga from HB2 visas, which are the labour mobility visas, which affected the states' economies. Samoa and Tonga weren't actually returned to the list until they complied with US removals. And that means that there's likely no way of using this sort of method against the US to prevent deportations. So might diplomacy work? There are concerns in Samoa and the region as a whole that the repercussions of mass deportations could be devastating for those affected and for US Pacific Islands relations. That was reported in the media. We've seen Pacific leaders respond to Trump's excessive deportations. So Tongan Prime Minister Dr. Aikasi Eke criticised the Trump administration's treatment of immigrants, emphasising that the democratic values should prevent such harsh treatments of people. Fijian opposition leader suggested that the US has a moral responsibility to assist Fiji in managing this challenge. So due to these concerns, many Pacific Island states leaders sought diplomatic interventions to deal with the issue. So the RMI foreign minister and his ambassadors reached out to the Trump administration to actually clarify what the status of Marshallese people under the Compact of Free Association in the US. Fijian Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka flew to the DC to meet with the chair of the Congressional Pacific Islands Caucus to highlight the risk that mass deportations would have to the Pacific Islands region. However, Trump's reduction of the aid programs in the Pacific actually means that any support that could occur in terms of reintegration is less likely. And it means that Australia and New Zealand may have to step up more because they also deport to the region and yet also don't provide enough reintegration support. So while putting together this presentation and writing a bit of an article about it, I decided to open up the ICE statistics webpage to find an update on the US deportations. They actually haven't updated it since January 2025. So the stats I showed before were from November, but in January 2025 alone, there were 31 deportations to the Pacific Islands region, 10 for criminality and all from San Francisco, and a further 42 ICE arrests of non-citizen Pacific Islanders, so mostly in New Orleans. I'm not going to deign to say that this is an influx because I don't like that expression, but it's apparent that the January 2025 figures alone equate to about 20% of the total deportations to the Pacific Islands in the previous year. Only 1 month into his administration, another 47 months to go. So this problem is not going away, and we need to ensure that there's better reintegration for deported people so that everyone's fears do not eventuate. Better reintegration, as we've seen in Samoa with the Samoa Returnees Charitable Trust, a government-led institution, has been effective in keeping reoffending down to 1 to 2%. Thank you. Thanks, Henrietta. Our next speaker is Sharon Liu, who's a research officer at the Development Policy Centre at the Australian National University. Her research focuses on economic development and labour mobility in the Pacific region, and she'll be speaking about understanding Pacific communities in Australia. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everyone. My name is Sharon. I'm from the Development Policy Center. Very happy to be here. We had a lot of talkings about the regionalism, freedom movement, regional integration over the past few days. So here you go. Pacific communities in Australia, they are at the frontier of regionalism. However, their integration into the local society in Australia remain largely underexplored. So my colleague Tuan and I, we have conducted this analysis to look at the social and economic outcomes of Pacific communities in Australia. You will see a lot of graphs during this presentation, and I hope that didn't overwhelm you. But basically what we try to answer is the following 4 questions. First, how old are Pacific people in Australia and what factors influence their age distribution? Second, where do Pacific people live in Australia and what might be concerning? Third, how much do Pacific workers earn and what factors contribute to that? And lastly, what are the differences in various outcomes between Pacific men and women? Oops. The data we use is from the Australian census. It was collected by the Australian Bureau of Statistics in 2021. And the data includes all the people residing in Australia on the census night, which was in August 2021. And for the overseas visitors who are residing in Australia for a very temporary basis, they are not included in the data. And we know there are many definitions for the Pacific diaspora, and depending on how you define it, the outcomes could be quite different. For our study, we refer to those who were born in the independent Pacific states and Timor-Leste, and they also need to claim ancestry from the region, including the Fijian Indians. Basically, we try to exclude children of the expatriate, who we believe would have very different outcomes. In doing the analysis, we compare the outcomes of the Pacific communities with people born in Australia, people from Western countries, and people from non-Western countries. Okay, now let's get to the fun part. The labels here, the labels in this chart indicate the number or the population size of each migrant groups included in our study. And basically we can see here, there are about 100,000 people from Pacific countries included in our study. And Fijians has the highest number, followed by Samoans, Papua New Guinean, and then Tongan. And now let's look at the blue columns, which is the average age of the migrants. We can see that an average Pacific migrant is younger than the Western migrants, but older than a non-Western migrants. And across the Pacific, there is notable variations. The difference could be further examined through 2 factors: duration of residency and age at arrival. Basically, if a person has resided in Australia for a long time, or the person arrives in Australia at an older age, we do expect this person to be a bit older in 2021, right? So a more detailed way of examining these factors would be to look at the distribution of each factor. And for this chart, how we interpret it is, if we follow the blue line here, which is for the Pacific migrants, we can see that about 25% of the Pacific migrants have resettled in Australia over the past decade, and another 25% settled in Australia the decade before the last decade. Overall, we can see that the Pacific migrants have settled in Australia relatively evenly over the past 50 years. By contrast, immigrants from non-Western countries, the orange line here, has been more recent, and from Western countries, it is less recent. Most of the Pacific countries have similar settlement patterns. in terms of the timing, but then we do see some exceptions. For people from Vanuatu, which is the green dotted line here, most of them arrive very recently. And on the other end, we have people from Timor-Leste. They have settled in Australia for relatively longer time. Using a similar approach to look at the distribution of age at arrival, we see that there is little difference in the distribution of this factor between Pacific and non-Western migrants. For the Western migrants, they tend to arrive at a slightly younger age. Across the Pacific, there is little variation. So now we see that the age difference, the current age difference, is mainly a cause of when people first settled. Moving on to the geographical distribution. From this chart, we can see that the Pacific migrants are highly concentrated in major cities, Greater Sydney, Greater Brisbane, and Greater Melbourne. Interestingly, Greater Brisbane is quite popular among the Pacific migrants, and it is the second largest hub for Pacific migrants, but not for the other migrants. Most of the Pacific countries follow this pattern, while people from Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Kiribati, and Vanuatu show slightly different patterns, but still a majority of them would settle in Queensland, including the Greater Brisbane and regional Queensland. Now we zoom in a little bit into these major cities. I won't go too much details into the geography of Australia because I'm not really good at it. But the key message is that the Pacific migrants tend to cluster in lower income suburbs of these cities, where the housing also tends to be cheaper. Another way of examining the clustering patterns would be looking at the index of relative socioeconomic disadvantage. For this index, it is put together by the status office. And basically, for an area with a lower score, it is usually considered as more disadvantaged and more associated with limited access to quality education and job opportunities. And here we see that Pacific migrants are more concentrated in these disadvantaged area as compared to other migrant groups. The age profile and the geographical profile are closely tied to people's labor market outcomes. So now let's look at that. For this analysis, we do focus on the people between 25 and 59 years old to make more meaningful comparisons. And the median weekly income here includes all sources of income, tax, and superannuation. Basically, we can see that the median weekly income of Pacific migrants is lower than that of Western migrants and people born in Australia, but slightly higher than that of other non-Western migrants. However, the income levels do vary significantly across the Pacific countries, and Fiji stands out as the country has the highest median income among the Pacific countries. And if we exclude Fijians from the calculation of the regional median, the Pacific median income would drop to a similar level as the median income of non-Western countries. In addition to looking at the median income, we also look at the share of people with high income and low income. And basically here we can see that Pacific migrants, they tend to have a high share of low-income earners and a low share of high-income earners. The non-Western migrants have a similar share of low-income earners, but they have a larger share of students compared to Pacific migrants, which helps justify the number a bit. So what explains to the high share of low-income earners? let's look at the employment status. Here we can see that the unemployment, the share of population who are unemployed are quite similar across all the migrant groups. However, for the Pacific countries, we do have a low labor force participation, and that is a key barrier to Pacific migrants' income performance. So what about the people who are employed? One possible reason could be that Pacific migrants who are employed are simply not working as many hours as others. But after looking at the data, it shows that the employed Pacific migrants work an average of 34.8 hours per week. And that is only slightly less than the Australian-born and Western migrants, but noticeably higher than the non-Western migrants. So this is not really the reason. Now that reason really leads to the difference in hourly pay. To confirm that, we look at the distribution of skill levels among the migrants. Basically, in Australia, all the occupations are classified into 5 levels. Level 1 is the highest level of skill, while level 5 is the lowest. And here we see that for Pacific migrants, most of them having like medium to low skills. The share of them that have high skills are pretty small as compared to other migrant groups. So this could lead to substantial earnings difference. So what type of jobs are people engaged in? For the Pacific migrants, a lot of people are working as factory process workers, carers and aides, farm forestry and garden workers, and a lot others are working as store persons. These are all pretty low skill works. Okay, let's move on to our last part on gender difference. Now we look at the numbers first. Basically, we see that the male to female ratio is quite consistent across different migrant groups, which means there are as many males as females in all the migrant groups. However, the ratio varies significantly among the Pacific countries. Even people have a lot more, a much larger number of males than females. We can see that the number of males is more than double of the number of the females. And at the other end of the spectrum, we see that people from Papua New Guinea and Kiribati, a lot of them are females than males. Going back to the labor market outcomes, now we can see that overall across all the migrant groups, males earn a lot more than the females. However, the gender income gap between the Pacific migrants is the smallest of all the migrant groups. This is not really something surprising, given that both female and males from Pacific have relatively low incomes. If we look at the employment status, we will find that the gap, the gender difference in employment shares for the Pacific migrants is actually the largest of all migrant groups. Normally, we tend to associate women's unemployment with their time spent on unpaid domestic or household work. It's true, like across all the migrant groups, females spend more time on unpaid domestic work. However, in terms of the gender difference, it's quite similar across all the migrant groups. And one interesting findings from here is that actually for Pacific males and females, they tend to report lower numbers of hours spent on unpaid domestic work as compared to other migrant groups. There could definitely be some reporting errors, but then this could also suggest that the unemployment or the low employment challenge faced by the Pacific females could be quite unrelated to their time spent on domestic works. So from the study, the main conclusion we have is that Pacific migrants in Australia, they do face persistent disadvantage and limited economic mobility. And a lot of these challenges are likely to be due to structural reasons rather than individual reasons. And we have listed down some contributing factors. Before this study, so far we only focus on the outcomes of the communities, and there needs to be more research investigating the root cause of these challenges. Overall, to address the challenges, we need to have targeted long-term efforts, and there is much room for policy intervention to support economic inclusion and upward mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. All right, our third speaker, we have Florence Hafoka Kafoika. Florence is an Associate Research Fellow at the Alfred Deakin Institute for Citizenship and Globalization at Deakin University. Her current research focuses on Pacifica youth crime, and specifically the intercultural challenges faced by Pacifica youth and their families. She will be speaking about navigating cultural identity and integration, the dualistic transition of Pacifica youth in Australia. Thanks, Florence.
Malolole, kia ora, bulavanaka, and good day, and a warm Pacific greetings to you all today. Also, thank you to ANU and Development Policy and USP for allowing me to have the opportunity to share the work that I'm part of. As Lisa said, I'm an Associate Research Fellow at ADI and part of a team of the Justice Young People and Community Research Network, which specifically focuses on the Pacific and African communities that are justice involved. My areas of research focus on the intercultural challenges for Pacifica youth that migrate to Australia, and also how Pacifica young people that are born in Australia formulate their identity of self. So our research project has not yet been published, as well as my master's thesis, but we are at the end stages. But this work in which I will discuss today is what my current research is about, and what I will transition into my PhD I'll develop further. So for this presentation, the term Pacifica will be used as a collective expression underscoring cultural pride and resilience and interconnectedness among Pacifica peoples. So this presentation explores the dualistic transition experienced by Pacifica young people in Australia, with particular attention to the cultural tensions arising from the migration experience. By examining first generation's migrant-born and second generation Australian-born Pacifica youth, I consider how their acculturative dissonance and familial ethnic socialization shape their sense of self and being and belonging. These identity-forming processes, when marked by cultural conflict, misalignment, or weakened transmission from their parents or elders, can elevate psychological stress and compound vulnerabilities already present due to socioeconomic disadvantages, high-density living, and exposure to risk, which Sharon beautifully captured in that comprehensive talk just before. As mentioned, our project will be able to dive into these issues further once they're published at the end of this year. However, what I discussed today echoes the type of work that we've seen amongst our young people. So the project that we're part of was titled Addressing the Needs of Justice Involved African and Pacific Young People and Their Families that are Justice Involved in Australia. So based on their 2021, I'll just touch on this because Sharon's already gone over this area. What we know for this since the 2021 data is that the Pacifica population is notably youthful, it's diverse, and it's growing. So that's something that we've seen since the 2021, and also APEN, the Australian Pacific Educators Network, also was able to provide a more comprehensive analysis in 2023 in regards to the Pacific population as well. So again, Pacifica household patterns reflect the broader structural challenges that's faced by Pacific communities in Australia. High density living and concentration in areas of socioeconomic disadvantage contribute to increased stress, limited access to services, and heightened exposure to cumulative risk. While the Pacifica population in Australia is rapidly growing and youthful, this growth is occurring with structural context marked by housing insecurity and concentrated disadvantage, factors that shape the everyday realities of Pacifica households. So I really wanted to focus on the acculturative dissonance, which I found when working with a lot of the Pacifica young people in field work. This was a significant risk factor in terms of their criminal justice involvement for these young people that we interviewed. Their ages were from 16 to 25. So the acculturation involves changes in beliefs, values, and behaviors resulting from exposure to a new culture, which affects specific young people differently depending on their generational status. Acculturative dissonance refers to the tension that arises when young people adapt to mainstream society more rapidly than their parents, especially among second-generation PYP young people in Australia. These youth often struggle to reconcile the cultural expectations enforced at home with those dominant in wider society, leading to identity confusion, intergenerational conflict, and increased susceptibility to antisocial behaviour. In contrast, first-generation youth who migrated in childhood or adolescence may retain stronger connections to their heritage culture, which can serve as a protective factor. However, across both groups, the pressure to navigate dual cultural expectations without adequate support places Pacific young people at significant risk of emotional distress, as well as social disconnection and vulnerability to peer influence, particularly when familial support systems are strained. So beyond parent-child conflict, the deeper challenge in dual cultural tension lies in how Pacifica young people make sense of who they are across cultural contexts. Familial ethnic socialization, so the transmission of language, values, and traditions from their parents, plays a vital role in shaping cultural identity. When the transmission is strong, Pacific young people often show a deeper sense of cultural belonging. However, when the values learned at home clash with those reinforced in broader society, many young people experience identity conflict and emotional strain as they try to balance between competing expectations. Unlike acculturative dissonance, which focuses on mismatch between parent and child adaptation, this concept centers on the internal negotiation of identity, which is shaped by intergenerational transmission between their parents and elders. When cultural transmission is disrupted or misaligned with societal norms, Pacific young people are placed at increased risk of cultural disconnection, emotional instability, and diminished resilience, particularly in environments where cultural identity is not affirmed or supported. So this image kind of symbolizes what our Pacific young people have been saying in Victoria with those that have justice involved or at-risk behaviours. So it symbolizes the emotional identity-based tension that these young people face, especially those, again, who I've met during our current project. These young people are navigating these challenges with the shared struggle of balancing their cultural practices and obligations with Western practice. This shows that Pacific young people that are stepping out from homes deeply rooted in strong cultural heritage and traditional Pacific values into a mainstream society that often again contrasts with their families' practices and expectations. It is documented that intergenerational and intercultural dynamics profoundly shape youth paths, significantly impacting their well-being and behaviour. However, more research is critically needed within a Pacifica context to fully understand how these dynamics impact the Pacific young people that are justice involved. A study by Lee and Stockdale 2008, which I mentioned previously, did a comprehensive study on Asian youth, providing compelling insights that resonate with my current and previous experiences in the field, particularly working with justice involved individuals from Pacific backgrounds. Lee and Stockdale found that acculturative dissonance, conflict from differing cultural adaptation rates between youth and parents, was a more significant predictor of serious violent behavior than ethnic identity. This relationship was mediated by peer delinquency, suggesting immigrant youth may engage in violence due to peer association, often stemming from unresolved intergenerational and intercultural differences. This external research reinforces that when young people struggle to reconcile heritage culture with broader societal norms, especially with strain and familial support, they face increased risk. Conversely, as discussed, strong cultural transmission from parents and elders fosters belonging and acts as a crucial protective factor. The work at ADI at Deakin University, which is led by Professor Stefan Shepherd, also echoes this, that Pacifica young people who had strong cultural transmission from their parents and elders did find it a strong protective factor in terms of desistance and removing themselves away from criminal offending behavior. And they found themselves actually reverting back to their cultural practices to fulfill obligations and help aging parents was a key motivator. So you'll find that those that had, I don't like to say the word weakened, but didn't have that strong cultural connection that was passed down from their parents or elders, or as they migrated from countries such as New Zealand to Australia, when it came to desistance and their strong motivator, it was more for those that were brought up in Australia, they were more focused on individualistic and being able to be more independent and gain kind of that social and economic capital in Australia. So, and then those that had that strong cultural connectedness was actually reverting back to their cultural practices. So for example, we interviewed males, so them to be able to fulfill their cultural obligations, as there are gendered roles, especially in Polynesian cultures, their strong motivator for them was to be able to contribute financially to their parents. So we could see that there was a distinct difference in terms of desistance and removing offenders, Pacific young people away from further criminal offending. So in Australia, accurate data on the ethnic background of people that are processed through the Australian criminal justice system are limited. However, the available evidence suggests that Pacific young people are disproportionately represented in the Australian criminal justice system. So I've loaded there Māori and Pacific Islander people. Māori were also included in this data as well as the census data, which I mentioned earlier. So they are significantly overrepresented in Victoria's criminal justice system, experiencing disproportionately high rates of custody and imprisonment for both youth and adults. Notably, while overall offending among Pacifica youth has declined by 29% since 2012, and it's likened to the trend as well that's in America and the UK, overall offending among Pacifica youth tends to initiate offending later. So compared to non-Pacifica, they tend to offend much earlier. So they start much younger, whereas Pacifica young people start at a later age, so 15 and older. However, their type of a criminal offending is what we're concerned about because it's more of the serious violent nature on their first offence, where those that are non-Pacifica, they tend to, it's a bit of a pattern where they start to engage in more serious violence offences later in their criminal history, but for Pacifica, it's in their first. So then again, just highlighting that overall decrease in criminal offending across the board, but again, in just noting there, the overrepresentation for Samoan-born prisoners as well, and regions with larger Oceania-born populations in Victoria have elevated rates as well. So it's really highlighting the intersection of ethnicity and crime in Victorian states as well that we see. So I'm just going to touch over these risk factors, not go into too much detail, but Professor Rawulo in 2015 identified key social risk factors across 3 domains. So as I was discussing the acculturation dissonance as well as the risk factors that I'm going to discuss now, you can really see how much risk and kind of the vulnerabilities of a Pacifica youth that are in Australia, including these risk factors that they're faced with. And this again is echoed in a lot of the young people that we spoke to in our research this year in terms of the risk factors that they were experiencing firsthand. So these identified risk factors also align with the patterns emerging again in our work, but I've specifically chosen to highlight these because they reflect the cumulative socio-demographic risk, which I'll talk to straight after this, which is outlined by Thompson and Hommel's work in 2024. So this has been shown to really significantly increase the likelihood of youth antisocial involvement. So building on the cultural identity and intersecting challenges discussed earlier, Pacific young people face layers of cumulative socio-demographic risks that amplify their vulnerability to antisocial behaviour. Thompson and Hommel in 2024's concept of CSR highlights the critical need to account for the impacts of socio-demographic disadvantage when examining youth outcomes, particularly in relation to antisocial and delinquent behaviours. Rather than viewing risk factors in isolation, they argue for a more comprehensive approach that recognises how overlapping disadvantages, such as poverty, single parenthood, and large family size, interact to intensify adverse outcomes. Their proposed framework for assessing CSR focuses specifically on structural variables, deliberately excluding proximal factors such as individual traits or family functions to isolate the unique effects of the adversity that a lot of Pacifica young people are facing. So their findings demonstrate that antisocial behaviour increases with each additional risk, underscoring the compounded effect of multiple disadvantages that these young people are facing. This approach offers a valuable lens for researchers and policymakers alike, suggesting that more targeted interventions should be developed with a clearer understanding of how these cumulative risks function. For research on Pacific families, this framework is particularly instructive as it supports a contextualized understanding of structural disadvantage that may otherwise be overlooked in individual level analysis. Many Pacific families experience multiple overlapping risk factors, highlighting the necessity of targeted structural interventions beyond cultural support alone. While these risks recognise the compounding effect of intersecting stresses, limited studies isolate socio-demographic predictors of antisocial behaviour without considering peer or family influences within a Pacific context. This is particularly relevant for Pacifica youth that we found, whose identities are deeply connected to family and community, making peer risk alone insufficient to capture their challenges. Our ongoing research at the JYC network at ADI echoes this, showing that the socio-demographic risks intersect with individual, peer, familial, and community factors within collectivist cultural frameworks. To fully understand how these interconnected influences impact Pacific youth directly, future research is needed to highlight the unique peer, family, and community dynamics. This deeper insight is vital for designing cultural responsive, structurally informed strategies that enable early intervention and effectively support assistance. So existing cultural community supports, including those in schools and within rehabilitation programs, they offer significant protective elements for Pacific youth. However, culture shouldn't be seen as the cure-all for youth that offend. While cultural connectedness is a strong predictor for Pacific young people with a robust sense of identity, it's too simplistic to treat culture as the only explanation or solution. Doing so risks ignoring the broader structural, socioeconomic, and intergenerational factors that shape justice involvement for these young people. This perspective also often fails to adequately incorporate concepts like acculturation dissonance and familial ethnic socialization, which are crucial for understanding how the dualistic translation between cultures specifically increases the risk of delinquent or justice contact for Pacific young people. Our upcoming work, which will be presented later this year, will really critically examine these dynamics through the lived experiences of both Pacific and African Australian young people. We aim to better understand the complexities of peer relationships, the motivations behind offending, and the crucial supports needed to reduce reoffending and create meaningful pathways out of the justice system for these overrepresented groups. In conclusion, our research as well and subsequent investigations will underscore that while Pacifica youth face distinct vulnerabilities stemming from their dualistic cultural transition and their significant socio-demographic risks, robust cultural connectedness such as fulfilling obligations to aging parents and contributing financially, emerges as a strong protective factor for desistance for criminal offending. Addressing the persistent overrepresentation of Pacifica youth in the justice system necessitates the development of comprehensive, culturally responsive interventions. These must acknowledge the complex intergenerational, and you're going to get sick of these words, and the cultural dynamics that a lot of these young people face. So moving beyond simplistic solutions to really effectively mitigate the impacts of disadvantage for our young people that are justice involved. Malo pito.
Thanks, Florence. We're going to have one more speaker and then open it up to questions. So our final speaker is Marta Rakanoi, who is the Policy and Research Officer in the Central Policy and Planning Office of the Office of the Prime Minister of the Cook Islands. He's also a PhD candidate in International Political and Strategic Studies at ANU. And Marta will be speaking about how sovereignty is exercised or constrained under the free association model. Thanks, Marta.
Bula Vinaka, kia ora from the Cook Islands. Yeah, just before I start, I have to make a quick note. I'm currently employed with the Office of the Prime Minister, but for positionality, this presentation is from the early stages of my academic research, just in case I'm quoted as in the media and might cause a diplomatic incident. But yeah, I'll get that out of the way. So my topic is how sovereignty is exercised or constrained under the free association model. Firstly, we need to consider sovereignty. What does it mean for us as a Pacific people in the past, in the present, and in the future? Secondly, what is the free association model? What is the history of this model in relation to the Cook Islands? When did it begin and how is it exercised or constrained? Today, I'm going to briefly look into these questions concerning the Cook Islands. Over the next 15 minutes, hopefully we can go on a journey together and get a better understanding. So I'm just going to hit off just the normal. So yeah, I would try to look at the research aims, the history, what is the free association model, advantages, disadvantages, and the migration under this free association model. So there are two main questions that I'm really looking at to investigate the advantages and disadvantages for the Cook Islands under this model with New Zealand. And secondly, what are the effects on migration under this model? So let's just have a look at a quick background. So the Cook Islands were declared a British protectorate in 1888 and annexed by New Zealand in 1901. In 1901, New Zealand took over as the colonial power in many parts of the Pacific, including the Cook Islands and Niue. From 1901 to 65, the islands were administered by New Zealand. In 1962, Sir Leon Gotts, the Minister of Island Territories, invited the Cook Islands Legislative Assembly to consider 4 alternative courses of political development. So the 4 that they proposed were complete independence, self-government with Cook Islanders retaining New Zealand citizenship, integration with New Zealand, and finally, ultimate integration into a possible Polynesian federation. Now, of course, out of the 4, the second option is what came about, self-government with Cook Islanders retaining New Zealand citizenship. So there are questions about, in 1965, why did they choose New Zealand? What was the reason? What were the other options? So generally at the time, New Zealand was providing almost all of the budgetary and other assistance. The only regular contact between the Cook Islands and the outside world was through New Zealand via Morse code, telegraph, and a fortnightly steamer. Almost all trade was with New Zealand. And whenever they could, more and more Cook Islanders were taking advantage and migrating there and sending valuable remittances back home. So New Zealand was the choice. But you can see it was 1962 It wasn't confirmed till 65. So there were a lot of discussions, a lot of back and forwards. Free association represented an alternative to independence that allowed Cook Islanders to govern their own islands and have full responsibility for external affairs. It also allowed Cook Islanders to retain New Zealand citizenship, use New Zealand currency, and call upon the government to assist in defence and foreign affairs matters. So when you look at it initially, it's like, wow, that's great. We get everything, the money, the passports, the defence. But let's dig a bit deeper. Here are 3 advantages under this model. So New Zealand citizenship. First, Cook Islanders have easy access to New Zealand and Australia. This allows the following: you can access the healthcare, the social welfare system, and of course, New Zealand and Australia labour markets. Second, ease of international travel. By having the New Zealand passport, it's ranked the 6th most powerful passport in the world. It opens up almost unlimited travel for Cook Islanders. Second, UN specialized organizations. The Cook Islands is a full member of organizations such as the WHO, WMO, and UNESCO. And finally, external affairs. Cook Islands govern their own islands and have full responsibility. Of course, they retain citizenship, use currency, and call upon the government to assist in defense. Okay, so when I look at this, the advantages and disadvantages, it's almost a yin and yang, or fire and ice. You get all of these advantages, but you get the disadvantages that are quite similar on the opposite end. So international organizations, I just mentioned we belong to a bunch of WHO groups, but the Cook Islands is not recognized as a member of groups such as the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, or Commonwealth Heads of Government, because we belong in the free association model. This is restricting access to further funding and further representation on the world stage. Under the free association model, the Cook Islands has done very well. So well that in fact in 2020, we've exceeded the list of the ODA recipients, and now we're ineligible to receive funding. So we have to seek further alternative sources. So it's like the good and the bad. And limited funding diversification. Due to the limited funding sources, we are almost over leveraged. So the ADB has provided the largest proportion of lending, accounting for 81% of the debt portfolio in 2024-2025. So you can see the good and the bad. It's just like a opposite side of the coin. Okay, so it brings me to 2 questions that I think about as I've looked to further my study in this area. Are the Cook Islands able to demonstrate sovereignty under this model? In my opinion, I think yes, but to an extent. They cannot fully show independence and sovereignty. Under this model, are the Cook Islands an independent and sovereign state? Technically, no. We're not. We're still under the New Zealand guidance. We cannot access everything that an independent and sovereign state could get access. But then I think about that, okay, we're not an independent sovereign state. But I will throw a spanner into the works. Okay, so examples to consider. Under the 2001 Joint Centenary Declaration between New Zealand and the Cook Islands, the Cook Islands is able to interact with the international community as an independent state. Yeah, technically. Okay. The Cook Islands held the 52nd Pacific Islands Forum meeting in 2023. The Prime Minister of the Cook Islands, Honourable Mark Brown, chaired this meeting. And from February 2021 to May 2024, the previous Cook Islands Prime Minister, Henry Puna, was the SG of the Pacific Islands Forum. These are examples that appear to me to be independent and sovereign. But yeah, it's kind of a strange idea. Okay, and then in September 2022, at the US Pacific Island Country Summit in Washington, DC, a statement was made by President Joe Biden. Today, I am proud to announce that the United States recognizes the Cook Islands as a sovereign and independent state and will establish diplomatic relations between our two nations. Okay, so we're at a situation where New Zealand sometimes recognizes us as independent, but sometimes they don't. The US recognizes us as independent and sovereign, but we don't have the full benefits of independence and sovereign. It's an interesting dilemma that's getting more discussed within the Cook Islands. Okay, so what are the effects on the Cook Islands migration under this model? So just briefly, in 1883, 85 Rarotongans left the island. Where they went, we're not sure, but it's a long time ago. The total population of the Cook Islands reached a peak of 21,300 in 1971. It's such a small number. The New Zealand Cook Island population is tiny compared to our brothers and sisters in the Pacific. In the case of the Cook Islands, freedom to move to New Zealand is facilitated by the fact that Cook Islanders are New Zealand citizens and can enter and leave that country freely. By virtue of the Trans-Tasman travel arrangement, Cook Islanders are also able to freely enter Australia. Although not without certain restrictions, the ease with which Cook Islanders are able to enter and reside in New Zealand and Australia provides a strong pull factor that is difficult to overcome. Okay, so that's one of the benefits under this model. Cook Islanders can easily, freely travel between New Zealand and Australia, which is a huge advantage. Okay, so there are three real predominant periods of migration during the free association period, and before. So from the 1940s to 1974, Cook Islanders were attracted to New Zealand for employment opportunities in primary and manufacturing industries. In 1974, the international airport was opened. This led to the growth of communities in New Zealand and large-scale depopulation in the Cook Islands. And in 1990, economic restructuring halved public sector jobs and removed government subsidies, also causing movement. Without the free association model, these people wouldn't have been able to go to New Zealand freely. So you can see the kind of benefits of it. But yeah, there are the three main periods of migration. In the most recent data available, there are about 94,000 Cook Islands people living in New Zealand. This is a significant increase. So every time they've surveyed this, it just keeps increasing. And in Australia in 2021, there are about 28,000 people. The benefits of free association. But that is one way of looking at the migration pattern. So we've got Cook Islanders going to New Zealand and Australia, but that creates a dilemma in the Cook Islands. There's nobody to work. So the jobs are now being filled by people from overseas, Fiji communities, Samoan communities, Filipino communities. So we've got two kind of migration patterns. And in our Cook Islands population policy, just I highlighted it in the blue. In summary, the Cook Islands have gone from being an ethnically homogeneous society in 1966 to a more diverse and heterogeneous society 50 years later. Is that the Cook Islands are transitioning to a multicultural society, much like other high-income countries. So we're seeing spillover effects. Yeah, one group's moving out, another group's coming in, and it's actually changing the dynamic of the Cook Islands. Okay, so just looking at the end here, as regards independence and sovereignty, the Cook Islands have a degree of sovereignty. It has benefited greatly from the free association model. However, there are areas where it is restricted. Although it appears not to be independent and sovereign, it is recognized by New Zealand and the United States as a sovereign and independent state. There is some confusion on the limits of this sovereignty. After 60 years of this model, it might be time for both parties to re-establish their positions and discuss the future. And in terms of migration, Cook Islanders have unrestricted access to Australia and New Zealand. There were three major periods of migration: 1940 to 1975, 1975 to 1990, and the 1990s. And of course, there's about 94,000 Cook Islanders in New Zealand and 28,000 in Australia. And of course, we have the two-way migration going on. Yeah, it's exciting times and very challenging times ahead for the Cook Islands. There's a lot of debate how we're going to reestablish and readjust this model and where do we go to in the future. And it could provide a possible template to our other Pacific brothers and sisters, as regards sovereignty and independence. Mei taki mata, and thank you.
If you guys want to come up, we'll take some questions from the floor. Thanks, Marta. Anyone wants to put their hand up, we'll take questions and put the roving mics around. Thank you. No one yet, still thinking. I can, yeah, please go ahead, Ron.
Thank you, everyone. I'm on this time, I think. Mine's coming to you, Marta. That was really interesting. Such a perfect way to end that panel, given a lot of the discussions that we have been having over the last few days. I wonder, from what you've said, is it fair to say that the population now, based on at least those two numbers that you did show near the end, has stabilized? It's relatively stabilized. So one of the concerns that was discussed around with the PEV and the way the PEV was rolled out was concerns about how many people have left. But it seems that Cook's now is at what is effectively a steady long-term state with the free association. And you said that you think the benefits have been quite large from free association. So I wonder, can I please bait you into elaborating a bit more on whether you think this may well be a model that could be well replicated with other countries? Because as we know, Cook Islands is comparatively an economic success story, but most economists like myself are very resistant to generalize on what generates the growth, what the magic reforms are. And you said that there were big macroeconomic reforms in the 90s as well. That's about it. Yeah, I just want to hear a bit more.
Okay, thank you for that question. So the first question in relation to, has the population stabilized? Yes, I would agree with that. There were big fluctuations, but yeah, it seems to have evened out as they depart and then the next crew come in. In relation to a bit more detail about that area, yeah, it could be replicated. But Cook Islands has got an interesting, unique model. So a number of people have mentioned to me about it's the FSM model with the United States. And I'm like, that's totally different. Yeah, it's totally different. I think the Cooks have been through a lot of ups and downs that's enabled it to get to this point, especially like, as I was saying, in the 90s, they went through massive restructuring. And I believe the IMF or somebody stepped in the 90s. Oh, these guys. And, pretty much ordered the Cooks to sort out their books and brought everybody in and clean it up because it was a total mess. But yeah, I can see it'd be possible to replicate, but I'm not sure if you could replicate all of it. Yeah, it would be a challenge. Yeah, it's unique. So Niue also has the same situation, but it's also different. Yeah, it's even smaller, less resources. I hope that answered your question.
Thanks. We've got one question up the back and then another over here. Sorry, two up the back and then one over here. Thanks.
Yeah, Pulovinaka. Thank you, Sionet from USP. My question is directed to Sharon Liu, and also my fellow Tongan. Is you have put a graph on the income earned from different countries. I just want to ask if did you include the income from our skilled migrants like teachers, caregivers, because they have a they have a higher salary scale than what you put up. And also there's another group that is, I think, is often neglected, is our sport migrants, our athletes. Did you include that also? Because I think someone who is playing, take the Fijian that is playing for Canterbury Bulldogs, the salary is totally different. So, and if you haven't included, if you want to include, wouldn't make any difference to your data. But I think that it will make a lot of difference. And it's just the challenge. Unfortunately, we are focusing on BAM and RSE, but most of our before the BAM and RSE game, our people were migrated to New Zealand, Australia for sports, athletics. So it will be good if we look at our sports migrant. But my question remains: did you include any of our migrant income in your study and also our athletes? And if you include, would it make any difference? Thank you.
Shall we take the second question at the back as well, and then we'll come back to the panel?
Kia ora mata, and thank you very much for a really interesting presentation, especially given the recent sort of greater engagement between the Cook Islands and China. I guess I just wanted to ask you whether, from the sort of perspective of the people living in Rarotonga, are they, or living in the Cooks, what is their sort of perception about reassessing the free model of free association with New Zealand? What's the general feeling among the public? And I guess I'm wondering whether it differs in Rarotonga to other islands in the Cooks as well. Thanks.
Sharon? Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a very interesting and important questions. And honestly, in our study, we didn't quite look at the outcome differences for people using different migration pathways. And I think my colleague Tuan, he has done some preliminary analysis last year, and he was looking at different type of settlement and how that leads to different outcomes. And I recall the findings from him was that for the skilled migrants, if you compare the skilled migrants from the Pacific with the Australian-born population, then the skilled migrants, they definitely do better even if they are from the Pacific. And then there are a lot of people who migrate from family pathways. They are included in our analysis. And then some of the people participating in these like temporary schemes, not those who just be in Australia for less than 1 year, but the people who are in Australia in the PALM scheme for a longer time, that are included in our analysis. And for the moment, we tend to like look at people overall to see like what's the difference between the overall population. But I think it's just in our next step to have more detailed data that we can run the regression and see whether the difference in outcomes is caused by specific factors like the migration pathway or education or other factors.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The question in regards to the general feeling of the population, a few surveys were done in the last 2 years, and one of the questions was, would you support stepping away from New Zealand? And I think it was about 80% supported that. But then the second question was, would you support stepping away from New Zealand and giving up your passport and access to New Zealand? And it was about 95% the other way. So I think there's a general feeling that they want more independence. They want more say in things. but it's that issue of losing the access to New Zealand and Australia. Strangely, we had a situation this year where we tried to propose an actual Cook Islands passport. Not we as in me, but above me. And that absolutely blew up. There were protests. People were not willing to deal with that out of fear of losing the New Zealand passport. And I think the passport for the Cook Islands was supposed to be a symbolic 60-year passport. But just the sign of it, people went crazy. Like, no, I don't want to give up my citizenship. And yeah, I think there's interest in it. But yeah, when you put those factors on the table, it's too hard to sway. Yeah.
Thanks, Marta. Over here, please.
Thank you. My question is to the madam talking about deportations. So as you know, Donald Trump has promised to make America great again. Huh? So, my question, I want to bring it close to Pacific. So if you study a few years back when they had the dawn raids in New Zealand, and it was interesting to see that what was done to the Samoans in New Zealand. At the same time, there were more overstays from UK in Samoa. So I believe there was an element of discrimination towards the Pacific community there. And I believe USP is not unfamiliar with deportations. As a very few short years ago, our Honorable Vice Chancellor was deported by the Fiji First Government without due process. So there's an idea that we could be immune from deportations. It's just for some people who are, in the country illegally. So my question is the weaponization of the immigration system. So do you think that, Obama deported more people than Trump, but he wasn't so loud and proud about it. But when you study Donald Trump's campaign in 2016 and 2024, he was so loud about immigration. One of his major promises was that we're going to get rid of Muslims, radical Muslims and Africans. I know personally a Fijian man who left 4 children in America. He didn't commit a crime. They just picked him on the road. He didn't have an ID. He got into an accident and they deported him. So my question is there's a danger of course, it's right. It could be right legally, but is there a big moral for the Pacific? Let's just deal with the Pacific. That due process needs to be followed, and the weaponization of our immigration system against whistleblowers, political rivals, and certain ethnic groups, and so on. So thank you.
Thank you for the question. I guess absolutely Donald Trump is weaponizing the immigration system for his own political interests. That's very clear. And you're right, Obama did deport more people than Trump did in his first term. And I guess that's what Trump is trying to increase he's now figured out which laws he can use to increase the amount of people he can deport. And he's using quite demonizing language against migrants. And I think that's definitely a theme of what we're seeing. Anti-immigrant sentiment is definitely increasing around the world. And it is being used for political purposes. And that's not a trend I like to see, but it is happening. When it comes to deportations from Pacific states, that's actually a project that I'm just starting on. So I actually can't give you an answer yet, but I'll tell you in 6 months' time.
Thanks, Henrietta. Any other questions? If not, oh yes, one up here in the corner. Thanks.
Just broadly, with your dual citizenship in the Cook Islands, I remember observing elections in the Cooks a few years ago, and it totally turned the outcome of your elections once your diaspora arrived home with all their colorful gear and everything just prior to elections. And many of our Pacific Island countries, including Fiji, has to deal with this issue now on how the diaspora who hold dual citizenship also have rights to vote for Fiji when they don't pay taxes here, when they really don't have any allegiance other than, that sentimental connection to the country of their ancestors. How did the Cook Islands deal with it?
Marta, while you think about your response, I might just add on two more questions for two of our speakers. So to Henrietta, I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on what good reintegration support might look like and who needs to be involved in providing it. Florence, you might have views on that as well. And Florence, I wondered whether you had seen in the work that you're doing any impact from the PALM scheme, from new Pacifica communities coming in, whether that's changing any of the dynamics in the communities you work with. But Marta first, thanks.
Thank you for the question. Yes, you are correct. There are issues in the past about the diaspora coming back and voting in elections and affecting the results. As far as I know, there's nothing really preventing that at the moment. There's no restrictions on coming back. The only restriction is that you have to be on the island for 1 year, and that's it. So if they get tactical and come back a year earlier, it might swing in an election. But yeah, it was a big issue in the 70s, 80s, maybe in the 90s too. And just on a side note, just on the previous comment I made before about there were too many factors to change people's minds about giving up the passport and breaking away from New Zealand, I just realized there is one factor that could change that, and that has to do with seabed mining. Yeah. They're estimating that there's about $10 trillion worth of minerals in the Cook Islands economic zone. And that's a really hot issue. And that kind of financial independence would allow people to make a decision to break away, but it would cause a lot of other problems. Yeah, I was just referring to a question earlier. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's on. Is that on? Yep, you can hear me. Thanks, Lisa, for that. In terms of the PALM scheme for a lot of the Pacifica youth, prior to our project starting, I wanted to reach out to the Kiribati kind of association to really determine their experiences in terms of migrating to Australia. However, our focus was on kind of their school experiences of Pacifica young people that receive school education here in Australia. So I think that's an area that I will kind of look into when I transition to my PhD. But in terms of the transition with the young people, in terms of kind of that formation of identity, I think there's just two things that we need to focus more on. So I think in response to young people, especially at-risk young people, there needs to be more of a holistic, a collaborative approach with families. There's a lot of supports with young people that's already in schools that we can see a lot of, providing those opportunities for young people that are born in Australia to have that cultural connectedness and formulate that identity of self. But however, there's a lot of those at-risk young people that miss that opportunity to kind of engage with those supports because they're either expelled or suspended before that even happens, prior to the social challenges that we kind of discussed earlier. So I think working more of that prevention, early intervention will help those young people kind of strengthen their cultural connectedness in the community, but also pathways out. So providing more of a kind of focused assistance pathway out of the justice system. So again, not solely focusing on culture itself, but really providing those that don't have the strong cultural connectedness, the skills to be able to transition into community successfully. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's actually my favourite question, and I promise I didn't prompt you with that one. What does good reintegration look like? It looks like organisations that are there to support people, working with law enforcement agencies and the government before the person arrives to make sure that their family are aware of them coming and how to support them on arrival. It involves them being there at the airport because law enforcement do like to question people, and I will say that law enforcement should do that in plain clothes rather than in cop attire because it lessens that kind of coconut wireless, I guess. But it involves them coming and being there going, hey, it's okay. I've been there too. We know what's going on. It's all right. We'll support you. And that support then looks like supporting them with learning skills so that they can get jobs, talking to employers and going, hey, give this person a second chance. It involves service to the community, helping them do things like in Samoa, we saw them doing painting at monasteries. We saw them fundraising for toys for kids in the pediatric unit. It's about being alongside regular members of the community, doing things like building and painting just to show that they are part of that community and they're giving back, even though they might have a different past. And it's about reintegration agencies actually shaping that narrative in the media and in the public discourse. So in Samoa, we don't see the word deportees used at all. We see the word returnees used, and it's about welcoming people home and helping them to reintegrate rather than just going, you're not one of us. So that's what good reintegration looks like.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us for the second last session of the day. This has been a fascinating panel, and I think I've covered my page in notes and now it's really hard to read, but I think it's demonstrated some of the really important human experiences of mobility that I think it's very easy to forget about. And those are important both because of the people and the communities involved, but also because of what those experiences mean for issues like sovereignty, identity. The other thing that I think this panel has done that is really useful is that it's breaking down a bit, I think, that Australia, New Zealand, Pacific donor recipient divide. And I think if we're serious about regional integration, that's actually a really helpful thing to get us beyond, thinking about problems over there and recognizing that there are opportunities and challenges across the region and being able to think in a much more interconnected way. So thank you for bringing that to the session. And I'll close the panel here. Thank you.
was that? Feeling good? Come on down, take your seats. Only 1 hour left to the party. The quicker we start, the quicker we can finish. Need the projection to go outside. Dash. Okay, well, time has gotten on long enough. If there's anyone outside who can hear me, please come join us and take a seat. And feel free to come on down the front for the last one as well. We can all take up the first 3 rows, or not. So everyone who's in here now, it's been a bit sleepy after lunch. I want everyone to stand up in their seats for a moment. Everybody stand up. Then follow me, you ready? Now sit back down in the seat. Now go up. Now again. Now again. Again. Oh, we've done our exercise for the day. Got a couple of squats in. Good stuff. Biggest muscles in the body, gets the blood flowing around, everyone hopefully waking up. Cool. Well, thank you for coming along to our final session. I'm Ryan Edwards. I'm Deputy Director of the Development Policy Centre at the ANU. I'm part of the Economics faculty at the Crawford School and one of the helpers or co-conveners in organising the update, which we've been doing since, I've been involved since around 2019. For this final session, we're going to go for 15 minutes each speaker and then have a Q&A at the end like we have been doing so far. And it's an exciting one. We're finishing by looking forward. I'll introduce each speaker as they're about to present. First up, we have Alyssa Leng, who is one of our prolific researchers at the Development Policy Centre. I would list all of the things that Alyssa does around the centre, but then you would not really get to go home today. But Alyssa is going to talk about what is a pretty hot issue. Labour and migration, of course, is a hot political, social and economic issue in most countries. But most countries also being democracies, it really matters what the people in these incumbent countries think about it and their opinion and maintaining that social contract about it. So Alyssa's research speaks to exactly this issue. And without further ado, I'll hand over to her to introduce you to it.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a great snack at afternoon tea, and I hope you ate some on my behalf because I was a bit too nervous to have something in my stomach. We've rightly spent most of this conference, and indeed today, talking about views on migration and labor mobility, largely from the perspective of the Pacific. And we've been talking a lot about things not just in Australia and New Zealand, but quite broadly. But the other side of the coin is here, like Ryan was just mentioning, is that we haven't touched on yet, is how much and what kind of immigration do receiving countries want? And in this case, I'm going to discuss the case of Australia. And I'm going to talk about narratives, information, and immigration policy preferences in Australia in joint work that I did with Ryan and our colleague Terence at the Development Policy Centre. So the main thing we do in our paper is that we survey over 5,000 people in Australia to understand their immigration policy preferences. And we have three key focuses. So first, we want to better understand how accurately do people in Australia perceive immigrants' attributes in Australia. And it turns out that people are very uninformed. People have very large and often contradictory misperceptions about migrants in Australia. Second, we wanted to identify a baseline of what kind of preferences do people have about immigration policy in Australia. And here we find that in general, in total, people in Australia want less immigration overall, but they still want high-skilled migrants defined by having a bachelor degree or higher, and they want to maintain current policy settings from the Pacific, which is quite expansionary. And the third thing that we wanted to do is we wanted to test, can we change people's minds? If we tell them a story about whether how migration is helpful or unhelpful in Australia, do people want more or less immigration? If we give them factual information, does it change their minds? And it turns out, yes, you actually can change people's minds in Australia when you tell them a story about how migrants can contribute to solving Australia's current housing challenge. So why did we do this work? How does it contribute to the existing literature? First, we improve the data availability and the measurement around this issue about immigration policy in Australia. We look at many different kinds of immigration, not just immigration overall, and we have a dedicated module, of course, on the Pacific. It's also the first migration survey experiment that's been run in Australia. Second, we use a randomized experiment to test how stories or narratives can affect immigration policy preferences. And we specifically choose to look at narratives or stories because information provision in the real world, nobody is just giving you a list of facts. When you read the news or you look on social media, everything is coming through a narrative. So we want to see whether that framing can change people's minds. And third, we look at housing in Australia is currently a hot issue. And we look at whether emphasizing the cost or benefits about immigration can change people's minds. So I'll talk a little bit about the survey that we did, and then I'll follow that structure that I just outlined there for the rest of the presentation. So we surveyed just over 5,200 respondents in Australia in September of last year. And one benefit of this big sample size is that it's nationally representative across gender and geography in Australia. And what exactly did we ask these people? Well, to start off with, we asked them some social demographic questions about themselves. And in the second section here, the perceptions questions, we ask respondents to guess or estimate how many migrants do you think came to Australia in this time or this time? What proportion of migrants do you think are employed full-time, have a bachelor's degree, things like this? So this measures people's perceptions of migrants in Australia. The third section here, we ask how many migrants that people in Australia think Australia should accept. So we don't ask for a number here, we just ask, do you want a lot more, a lot less, those kinds of questions. And you'll see here some treatments from our survey experiment, which I'll talk about a bit separately. So I'm first going to present our results about misperceptions on migrants. And we calculate these misperceptions just as the percentage difference between the average estimate reported by the respondents and the actual data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So we can use the full sample of 5,000 people to calculate this because nobody receives any treatment or information before they answer these questions. The results show that there are very large and often contradictory misperceptions around the numbers of migrants in Australia and their characteristics. So the most important thing I want you to take away from this chart is that respondents really underestimated the post-COVID migration boom to Australia, the bounce back after the pandemic. But they really overestimate the migrants and the net overseas migration to Australia over a longer period when you ask them over 10 years' time. So you'll see in the light green, people underestimate that post-COVID boom. And they also underestimate departures, not just arrivals, but departures, which leads to this net overseas migration here in the 22 to 23 financial year, that's being an underestimate. But you'd see that people overestimate migrant arrivals over the longer run, which leads to a large net overseas migration overestimate. People also underestimate the proportion of migrants who come on temporary visas, but they really overestimate the number of migrants that are full-time students, who are, of course, temporary migrants. If we look at migrant stocks, we see that people in Australia also lack an understanding that's accurate of labour market attributes of migrants in Australia. So you can see here that respondents think that a much higher share of migrants are unemployed than they actually are. But at the same time, they think migrants earn more than they actually do, despite somehow also being more unemployed. We also find that people in Australia have misperceptions about where migrants are from, and the very biggest one we have is from the Pacific. People think that there are three times the share of Pacific migrants in Australia than is actually the case. Interestingly, many people simply say don't know to these questions, so many people don't even try to guess. So it indicates that either they don't have the confidence to try to guess, or they're just really, really not sure. So I'll move on now to the second part of the presentation and talk about what do people in Australia prefer? What do they want for immigration policy preferences going forward? And the key takeaway here is that while people want less migration overall, there's still strong support for high-skilled migration in terms of people with a bachelor degree or higher. And also, people are quite satisfied with the current Pacific policy settings, which is quite different to the rest of the migration program, as you'll see shortly. So we think people are largely supportive of existing immigration policy in the Pacific. So you can see from the chart here, looking at the top left first, over 50% of control group respondents thought that the total number of migrants coming to Australia each year is too high. But if you look at full-time students on the right here, you would see that no change was the most commonly chosen option. We see that there's a general appetite for less temporary and less permanent migration, although no change is also quite high for temporary. But we see the biggest divergence in terms of skills. High-skilled migrants are the only group for which Australians want more of, and they really want less low-skilled migrants. The story is quite different when we look at the Pacific, and here we asked, should Australia relax visa requirements for temporary and permanent Pacific migrants? And we also asked for people's views on the Pacific Engagement Visa, as well as the Australia-Tuvalu-Falapeli Union. So in this case, you'll see that no change or keep the same is really the dominant answer among the control group respondents. So this is much higher than for the rest of Australia's migration program. And there was also a higher rate of don't know responses when we asked people about Pacific migration. So people seem a little bit less sure or a little bit less confident to share their view about Pacific migration. I'll move now to talking about whether we can change people's minds. So I'm going to talk about the randomized experiment that we embedded into our survey. I'm sure you remember from science in school that when you run an experiment, there's some groups that will receive some kind of treatment and some group that will receive nothing. They're left alone so that you can compare the effects of this treatment. So we had 4 treatments that we wanted to check. And so respondents were randomly allocated into one of these 4 groups or the control group. And each group had about 1,000 people in it. So let me start by talking about these narrative treatments, the stories that I wanted to talk about. So we wanted to see if making people think about the costs or the benefits of migration on housing specifically in Australia would change the policy preferences that people are willing to express. And we did this by getting people to read a very short snippet of an actual Australian news article that was published, which talks about housing and immigration. So there's 3 vignettes, we call them, these short snippets, and we provide either a balanced or a positive or a negative view of how immigration impacts housing in Australia. So you can understand a bit better, this is the positive treatment that we gave. So it's from the Australian Financial Review. It's an article published last year, and we talk about how getting more foreign tradies in could help solve Australia's housing crisis. So they're very short. And how this works is before people get asked about their policy preferences, they're stuck on the screen for at least 10 seconds. So they have no choice but to stare at this for a while. We also wanted to test whether providing people factually correct information about the current characteristics and the composition of migrants in Australia would also change people's minds. So this is a little bit different. We provide information that's relevant in front of the relevant question. So for example, when we ask people, do you think Australia should take more high-skilled migrants? We might say this proportion of migrants in Australia have a bachelor's degree or higher. So you get bits of information in front of every relevant question. And because we randomly assign treatment, so people randomly were allocated to join groups without knowing, we can estimate the causal impact of these different treatments, of the narratives and the quantitative information, just by comparing averages between what is happening in the treatment groups and the control group. And we can do this by just running a simple regression, which includes some indicators for each treatment and some control variables to make sure all the groups are nice and balanced. So on to the experimental results. I'll bring your attention first to this one in the bottom left, the positive narrative. That's the one that you saw up there saying foreign tradies are going to help Australia build more houses. We find that making people think about the benefits of migration on housing in Australia, that makes people 4 to 7 percentage points more likely to support increased total, temporary, permanent, and high-skilled migration. So what I mean by that is you can see that these lines, they're mostly above the 0 line in the case of the positive narrative. And that means we can be like quite statistically sure that this is not a random accident and that this narrative is actually changing people's minds. On the other hand, if we highlight the costs or the negatives of immigration on housing, so here we put a Daily Mail article telling people that immigrants are driving up house prices. This doesn't really seem to substantially change the likelihood that people will support more migration, because most of those lines cross the 0 point. So we don't see a statistically significant effect. Finally, you would see that the quantitative information treatment, giving people those numerical facts, it does increase the likelihood of supporting more migration in total and for permanent migrants. But you'd see that the effects are smaller than when in the case of telling the positive story. What about the Pacific? The story is very different in the Pacific compared to the rest of the migration program. In this case, telling people stories about housing seems to have no effect on what people think about whether you should relax visa requirements, should we have more Pacific migrants or not. But giving people quantitative information does cause a statistically significant increase in the likelihood of supporting that visa requirements for Pacific Island migrants should be relaxed. And also that the PEV that we've been talking about so much for the last few days should be expanded. This result could be for a variety of reasons. Could be that people in Australia have low awareness about Pacific migration, so they think that the quantitative information is helpful to them in making up their minds. Could also be that people don't think housing is particularly relevant to their Pacific migration preferences, because there's just not that many Pacific migrants in Australia. So this is my last slide. I'm just going to wrap everything up and bring it all together. So first, our new nationally representative survey shows that people in Australia have very substantial and often contradictory misperceptions about migrants. So people are not well informed. With this lack of knowledge in their mind, people express a preference for less immigration overall. But there's still appetite for high-skilled migrants, and people want to maintain current policy settings from the Pacific. And as we know, they're quite expansionary. There's been more and more avenues opened up lately. So we think we can read this as the government can take a relatively green light to keep going with initiatives on Pacific migration from the Australian standpoint. Finally, our experimental results show that people's immigration policy preferences, they are not set in stone. They can be changed when you tell people stories, when you give them facts. But for Pacific migration, it's really the quantitative information that matters. Altogether, we think this means that governments, the media, all of us day to day, we should all be very careful about how we talk about migration. It's not just what we say that matters, it's how you say it, how you frame the issue that can really change people's minds. And it also, I think, means that there's scope for not just the Australian government, but any government to shape people's views on the topic and to build support for immigration should it wish to do so. There's much more in the paper, so if you're interested, you can grab a copy by scanning the QR code, or you can find it on the DevPol website. So thank you again for listening, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Alyssa. And Alyssa was humble when she said it was co-authored. It was her master's thesis, and it was pretty incredible. And I don't think there's a more rewarding part of this job than seeing your former students come up and present cooler work than you do, and more exciting. But I would like to now please welcome down Manisha. We've had a slight change to the program. Tasha can get me later. I'm sorry, Tash. But I'd like to invite down, please, Manisha Muralaya from I.T.S and Sashindra Singh from the IOM, who will be giving us an update on I.T.S regional labour mobility principles, which is perfect timing because I understand they'll be worked on very shortly up in Nandi, so you can take on board everybody's feedback here for it. Over to you guys.
Bula Vinaka, and a very good afternoon to everyone present in this room. So I'm Manisha, and I'm representing the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. I'm joined by my colleague from IOM, Sachin, who will be co-presenting on the Pacific Regional Labour Mobility Principles and the Architecture. So in terms of the presentation today, we'll be presenting on where the mandate for developing the labor mobility principles is coming from, the process that was undertaken to reach the stage that we are at the moment, and what the next steps would look like for the principles. It's also crucial to see how these principles are being aligned with the existing regional frameworks of the Pacific, in particular the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, which you may have heard of in these 3 days of conference. Sachin will briefly present on the tentative focus areas for the principles, which are still in the discussion phase, and most importantly, the governance of the principles. In terms of how the principles are linked with the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, as you know, that this strategy sets the political and strategic direction for the Pacific for the next 3 decades. And comprising it are 7 thematic areas, and the principles in particular fall under the thematic pillar of resource and economic development. Now, when we further dissect this thematic area, you will see that the important outcome for this particular area is to improve socio-economic well-being of all Pacific peoples. And accompanying that are 7 system outcomes, of which sustainable labor mobility is part of system outcomes 1.7. And as you can see that for each of the system outcomes, there are regional policy actions being driven by the Secretariat. And Pacific Regional Labor Mobility Principles is one of those regional actions. Now, we also have a framework for this thematic area, which is the Pacific Roadmap for Economic Development, which was recently endorsed at the Special Forum Economic Ministers meeting in Samoa. Now, going back and seeing how all this unfolded, we know that labor mobility is of importance to the Pacific, both in terms of socio-economic gains and the contribution that the remittances make towards the GDP of countries. So in 2020, the Foreign Trade Ministers agreed that labor mobility, since it's of importance to the Pacific, should be included as an agenda item on the Foreign Trade Ministers meeting, which means that when the ministers meet every 2 years, labor mobility is one of the issues that will always be discussed. It is a platform which would provide the ministers to come together as a region and deliberate further on the issues and challenges that's there in the labor mobility space, and come together as a region to see what solutions that we can enact for these challenges. It was in the same year that they also tasked the Secretariat to undertake a comprehensive assessment of regional and sub-regional labor mobility arrangements in the Pacific. So this report is available on the PIF's website if anyone would want to have a read of this report. So there were 3 main recommendations of the report, and one of them was to develop a regional strategy. So after some discussions at the leaders level, it was agreed that we would begin with developing the principles first, and if members would want, then a strategy would follow. So that's why it's written there to develop a regional strategy. And also the leaders had tasked the Secretariat to have consultations with members and ensure that this process would be member-led. And so it has. ILO and IOM had bilateral discussions with countries in order to come up with the focus areas for the principles. And there is a MOU that PIFS has signed with IOM and ILO. And as we speak, there is a technical working group meeting that's happening in Nandi in order to firm the focus areas of the principles. Now, in terms of context, I've already mentioned this, and I think this was discussed today as well, that mobility is of importance to the Pacific, and it has increased in recent years, in particular under the temporary labor mobility schemes that we have. I know that the 2 that we are most familiar with are Australia's PALM program and New Zealand's RSC scheme. But for the purpose of these principles, we will not be confined to these 2 temporary labor mobility schemes. The principles would be focused on international, regional, and sub-regional labor mobility schemes. And it would not only focus on Pacific Island countries sending labor, but also if Pacific Island countries are receiving labor as well, that would be considered as well. Sorry. So since we know that labor mobility is so important to our countries and the income generated from it, the remittances, the skills transfer, labor migration also comes with potential risks, including the inequality, treatment, and discrimination of workers. There could be exploitation. There could be unethical and unfair recruitment practices. So this is why the principles are being developed to try to tackle some of these issues. And we've also noticed while we're doing consultations with countries, they have mentioned that because of these temporary labor migration skills, they're themselves experiencing skills shortages in countries of origin. Like if you would take Fiji, for example, you would notice that Fiji has now began getting employees from Asia, for instance, Bangladesh and the Philippines, to cater for the loss in shortages in Fiji. Now, so what value does these principles add to our region? While we have some existing arrangements in place, I mean, you would be familiar with the PESA Plus implementation unit and them developing some detailed guidelines, but these principles are much wider in terms of its reach. And the PESA Plus implementation unit is only looking at labor mobility arrangements for the parties that are signatories to the PESA Plus. But be rest assured that the Secretariat has consulted with PPIU to ensure that there are, that we are in alignment. So the principles, once adopted, could establish consensus among members as a core set of principles that could govern labor mobility arrangements. And these are well rooted in international labor standards, as we'll hear from Sachin. And these principles could also be national responses for both countries that are receiving and senders. For instance, if a country is trying to negotiate a MOU or a bilateral agreement with a country, either as a sending or receiving country, they could look up to these principles as guiding principles and then, negotiate to include this in the MOUs. And it's also a good way to show that there is, regional consensus, and we have some shared principles in the region, reinforcing regional interest and interconnection. I would now like to invite my colleague Sachin.
So I'll keep this very short. I think we already know that there is Australia and New Zealand who are providing a lot of these temporary movements. There's also intra-Pacific labor mobilities, and there will be future labor mobility opportunities from the Pacific. We know for sure some Kiribati participants are now traveling to Canada as part of the temporary movement. The type of skills and the duration is actually based on skilled, semi-skilled, and low-skilled. And we're looking at temporary labor mobility for the principles. Sorry. Again, these principles will be aligned with ILO fundamental conventions, the Global Compact on Safe and Orderly Migration. And obviously, as members have said it very clearly in a number of consultations, we're dealing with humans, and we have to respect the rights of humans. So it will also focus on human rights. It is also a non-binding principles and guidelines. We also look at the full migration cycles, or the temporary migration cycles. We're looking at pre-deployment. We're looking at pre-departure, return and reintegration, and during employment. So basically, we're looking at 11 principles so far that has been highlighted by members what needs to be done. We're looking at respect for human rights, fair and ethical recruitment, pre-departure, working and living conditions, social protection, reintegration, skill development, sustaining labor mobility reintegration, enhancing development's benefit of labor mobility. And this is also including families, including children and women. Addressing associated social issues, participation of women and marginalized groups, and obviously based on data. I'll hand it back to Manisha for the final slides. Thank you.
In terms of the governance for these principles, as you can see that the Forum Trade Ministers meeting is the forum where the labor issues will be taken to, and depending on whether there are any issues that need to be taken to forum leaders, this would be taken to at the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders meeting that happens every year. Now, so under that, you can see that the regional labor mobility principles are acting as the overarching framework for the region. And while there are other organizations in the Pacific that do work in this labor mobility space, they will fall under the regional labor mobility principles and try to align their work to the regional labor mobility principles. So you can see that ALM, which is being progressed by PESA Plus, is there. And if there's other work being undertaken by the UN or ILO, IOM, would be aligned with the regional labor mobility principles. In terms of how it could be implemented, as alluded to earlier, at the bilateral level, countries could use this for MOUs and other bilateral labor mobility arrangements. At the national level, when countries are developing labor mobility policies and strategies, they could always refer back to these regional labor mobility principles. Finally, these are the steps that were undertaken in the development of the principles. And the technical working group is happening as we speak. So after tomorrow, there should be a zero draft ready, which would go to the Forum Trade Ministers in July for endorsement. And so once it's endorsed, it will be taken to the leaders meeting, which is scheduled to happen in the Solomon Islands in September. Thank you. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Almost a minute early, making my job easier. So like I said, we will do questions at the end. But I did love the call for more information sharing. And I may use that as a brief opportunity for those of us that are collecting data, running surveys in different countries. Let's all make sure we do share it and publish it openly, especially if we're using public money. You know who I'm talking to out there, if you're there. Next up, we'll be talking now, it's not just all about remittances. It's really about people and free choices, and like as Stephen was opening up with, and the Secretary General was, freedom of movement. And this morning, so Natasha Turia is a PhD candidate at the ANU, and many, many other things. And she's going to come down and talk about what is now Australia's centrepiece in this area, the Pacific Engagement Visa. And as many people in the room will know, Papua New Guinea has received the largest allocation of the visa in its first round. Hopefully those allocations double, triple in the years coming ahead. But once we've got the slides up, yeah, come on, not yet? I don't have any good jokes. Bear with me. What's the challenge? Sharon? Yeah. Have you got any jokes or dances? No? Okay. I apologize, we are having some technical difficulties. But we're slightly ahead of schedule, so you'll frame it. Oh, question from the floor, Charlotte? Yeah, please, that's a great idea.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much to the presentation from PIFS and IOM on the principles. It was really just a point of clarification. So you've finalised the focus areas and you are now drafting the wording of the principles?
No, those focus areas are still tentative. So the technical working group comprising of the member countries are meeting today and tomorrow. So that is when they will go line by line of, the zero draft that has been developed with technical assistance from IOM and ILO to finally decide on what the focus area should be and what the text should be. So that's the version that's going to be taken to the trade ministers.
Thank you. And I also have a question for Alyssa, please. I was just wondering, Alyssa, whether you saw any variation in perceptions depending on where the survey participants, the people who responded to your survey, where they lived. For instance, whether there was any difference for people that were based in rural regional Australia versus perhaps people living in cities or towns with large Pacific diaspora. Thanks.
button that goes up. Great, it's working. Yes, we did look into that. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we expected there to be much larger differences than we found. So they were not generally very large differences in terms of the misperceptions. And from what I remember, the misperceptions were all the same direction. So if you overestimated, like there wasn't much difference between regional and urban residents, the size was a bit different. But you can check the paper for the details because it's all in there.
Questions at the end, Charlotte. Look, I would like now, please like us all to focus on Natasha. Welcome, Natasha. Floor is yours for 15 minutes. You'll get a reminder once you've got 5 left from our friends at the front.
Last day, end of the day, I really hope I don't lose you. It's great to be back in Viti Levu and reconnecting with familiar faces and making new friends too. And thank you to all of you who have stuck around to the end of the conference. As Ryan said, I am a PhD scholar at the ANU undertaking a research in PNG's labour mobility practices with Australia and New Zealand in achieving its national targets. I also provide PNG country-specific migration research data on the Pacific Engagement Visa. This is through the DevPol Center, and I remain proactively engaged in informing and evaluating migration governance systems among sending and receiving states. Given the intensified dialogue on migration, in particular, visa-free movement and how it should look like, I thought it is best that I state my positionality now on the topic of out-migration as a Papua New Guinean and citizen of the Blue Pacific, acknowledging the ongoing conversations around the gains and pains of migration, be that temporary or permanent. I intentionally put these images up there to reinforce the message that I'm going to deliver now. I want to say that if migration is not governed in cooperation with each other and for each other's best interest, it will continue to exacerbate current social and economic pressures, forcing states to do one of 3 things: participate fully, participate cautiously, or not participate at all. And we will see this unfolding in labor mobility and in the Pacific Engagement Visa. We see it now. Some countries opted not to participate in the PEV. Some countries also decided to review their labor mobility policies on labor for PALM and RSC. Often we speak to the negative impacts of out-migration, but for me, cooperative migration governance among countries is needed to transform the narrative, one of brain drain to brain gain, and reframing the way we leverage on the shared capital wealth of our human resources and build on new initiatives like Australia's PEV and New Zealand's long-running Pacific Access category that propels the region towards enhanced cooperation and economic integration. This resonates with the call from our Pacific leaders for increased economic integration that actually started 2 decades ago. In fact, in Papua New Guinea, with our Foreign Affairs Minister. So I remain a strong advocate for the same vision, specifically via cooperative migration systems that will respectfully secure regional solidarity. And that's just my little piece, my positionality that I wanted to say, because I didn't have a chance to ask my questions earlier on. Yeah, so coming back to the PEV. Now, I'm glad that Jan came in the morning and spoke about the PEV. So I'm assuming everyone already has some awareness of the PEV, and understandably, you will have strong views, depending on your experiences, either yourself or with people among you in your communities that you know of. We all know that there are up to 3,000 eligible citizens from across these participating countries that I've put up there, who will have the life-changing opportunity to win a visa through a random ballot process to access the same social benefits as Australian citizens do, social protection. The PEV is definitely a step up from offerings under the PALM scheme, which is a temporary work visa. Let me say off the bat that the PEV is a landmark migration policy shift for Australia that I don't think we would be talking about now if migration wasn't the center stage in Australia's foreign policy initiatives with the Pacific as a key enabler in truly enhancing its people-to-people connections. But like any new initiative, there will always be lots of lessons to learn. And we can build on these lessons to enhance policy programming. And it's these lessons learned that we can take away specifically from PNG experiences of the PEV that is the focus of my presentation today. PNG having the lion's share of the PEV with more than half of the 3,000 visas stands to not only win the most, but lose the most too, if visa applications are not converted timely into visa grants. The overall success of the PEV is dependent on higher visa conversion rates after first securing that elusive job offer. That remains the most significant aspect or challenge of the visa process. So understanding why these challenges occur and where the opportunities exist to refine the PEV settings is invaluable for its continued delivery in the Pacific and with the Pacific. Given time constraints, I will briefly recap the key steps of the PEV process. Please bear with me. I know it's very colorful. This is just the way I think. But each of these 6 steps provide a very simplistic, I guess, measurement of how I'm going to scorecard the PEV. And then I will conclude with some recommendations that I hope will stimulate more thought-provoking discussion. So just as a rehash, this flowchart has 6 steps in the PEV process from the time the ballot opened, which was around this time last year, to when the winners received their notification of selection through that random ballot, which was at stage 3. We then had a whole group of people. We had over 56,000 subscriptions, only 3,000 were selected. So we had a lot more unsuccessfuls who remained in received status until we had redraws in January of this year. And Jan mentioned this earlier on this morning. From stages 4 through to 6, this is currently where we are at. And each step of the PEV process, the application process, is what I will be scoring the PEV against in the next slide. What's most important to note from this chart is that from the 2020 PEV round, steps 1, 2, 3 are complete. So all 3 visas have been utilized. This means that each country has received your allocated quota. It does not mean that you have actually received the same amount of visas. And as we learned this morning, when I asked that question, only 600 of those 3,000 visas have been granted. I'm not going to go into the quota numbers because there were some countries who actually received an increase in their ballot. We can go through that later. But the burning question we had was how many applications have been converted into visas? I was not able to get visa or updated visa data. So just going off what Jan said this morning, that's around 20% of visa grants under the PEV for those 3,000 ballots. Now, I had conducted during November through to March of this year a series of online surveys completed through voluntary participation with a non-representative sample of up to 30 PEV winners, specifically from the PNG audience. And I combined this data with, we were only able to receive ballot registration applications from Home Affairs and also only of applications that were lodged onshore in Australia, so not offshore. Again, I didn't get visa grants. What we can tell from the surveys, and the chart's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, steps 1 to 3 was a random computerized process, so everything was green light. There was no issues with people really registering for the ballot, understanding how to pay for the fee, and then, of course, waiting for when and if you get a notification for selection. It is steps 4 to 6, which is where we are at now, 12 months since the launch of the PEV, where we have no green lights. And I guess this is not surprising, given this is the first time Australia has released such a policy. And so there's a lot of adjustments that also need to happen on the Australian end. I mean, Alyssa just shared, there's contradicting views even among the Australian population about Pacific migration. So imagine what that would mean for employers, not even understanding what to do when they receive an application from someone offshore for a job offer. So at stage 4, more than 80% expressed dissatisfaction with the services provided by the PEV support service in connecting them to job. This is a PEV support service contracted by DFAT to connect employers or PEV applicants to employers. Doesn't necessarily mean they will give them jobs, but they will provide them with the tools that they need in order to increase their success in securing a job. At stage 5, the most challenging aspect of the visa requirement, as I already said, is that elusive job offer requirement. Applicants are automatically disadvantaged because they are applying offshore with a letter of notification without an actual visa grant. So you don't have a visa, you don't have working rights, employers do not recognize the PEV enough to understand your situation. The internal systemic issues, of course, around securing documentation, passports, police clearance, accessing medical panel physicians. In Papua New Guinea, we only have 4. We have over, it's a large terrain, so it's quite expensive for applicants to travel into Port Moresby to do a medical, and it costs even more if they've got family. I wrote an article that said that minimum it would cost 10,000 kina, which is around $4,000, just for one person to migrate to Brisbane. At stage 6, less than 13% from my sample have actually received a visa grant. The bulk of that pool is still sitting under further assessment. They're either waiting for a job offer because they're still job searching, or they have requested for 120 days extension so that they can meet the visa requirements for either medical or police clearance. Of the 13% who have secured a visa, all of them are struggling to secure suitable accommodation in an already strained Australian market. The few who have traveled into Australia have been lucky enough to access their family support in Australia to host them while they look for suitable permanent accommodation. So from these lessons, from these findings, there's a few recommendations for improving the PEV settings that I'm putting forward. And I have written several articles already on the DevPol blog about some of these recommendations, and I'm really only going to focus on 3 in particular. The first one is that the Australian government needs to undertake aggressive and strategic outreach and awareness campaigns among employers of the advantages of partnering through the PEV, which is very different from the PALM scheme. This will increase employer buy-in as a more cost-effective approach in filling their labor market gaps. Second, and this is my favorite, establish a designated jobs portal that directly connects PEV winners to registered employers to ensure that optimum skills matching outputs is achieved. Third, and this is a big concern for the PNG cohort, and of course with employers as well, is that we don't know timelines around how long it's going to take to issue a subclass 192 visa. The sooner immigration can put up an estimated timeline for visa grants, the better it will be for applicants and employers to manage timelines and mobilization, because you're bringing your family, you're uprooting yourself from your home. So you need to know timelines so you can plan. While the scope of my research was limited only to PNG because I have better access to my own country people, I don't believe that their experiences are unique and that these are shared experience across the region. There is scope to replicate the surveys and undertake a wider country comparative analysis to generate an overall scorecard. The data set I collected and didn't present today is actually a full-scale socio-demographical footprint of the PNG cohort, which employers would find really useful given that 40% of this cohort have a minimum bachelor's degree. They have work experience ranging from 10 to 30 years in mining, engineering, law, accounting, banking and finance, and retail. Skilled Papua New Guineans. So this will probably come out in another blog. Please keep a lookout for that. But as an emerging migration trend, this will of course trigger more socioeconomic impact analysis on both sending and receiving countries to inform intentional cooperation migration governance settings. Pacific countries also need to step up and better manage migration flows in the best interest of the region to deepen economic integration. So it's great to hear that PIPS is taking this forward. In the case of PNG, we can afford to deploy as many Papua New Guineans to the PEV and labor mobility because of our sheer size and the extensive skill set that we possess. But managing its migration flows that favor PNG's economic aspirations will be the fine line in contending against the interests of any kind of out-migration, that contends as migration grows. And yeah, I think that was a lot. I'll leave it at that. Thank you too much. And yeah, if you're going home after this, please safe travels home. But stay for Q&A.
Thank you too much, Natasha. This is exactly what we needed. Thank you. I would like to introduce now our final speakers. One will be me, I'm sorry. But the other one, no, is Dr. Zung Duan, who has been working on the Pacific since around 2015, right after she finished her PhD at the ANU. Great place to study. And I've been working with her since I came back to this corner of the world in 2019 on this project that she'll be describing. And then once she's given you all the good details on where we're at so far, then I'll weave into our concluding remarks to wrap up and head outside for some final drinks and kava. But with that, over to you, Zung.
Great. Thanks, Ryan. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying back until this hour. This presentation is the last one before we break for our cocktail reception tonight. So I'll try to be on time. As Ryan mentioned, my name is Zung Duan. I'm a social protection economist with the World Bank based in Sydney. From the World Bank side, I have been leading the Pacific Labour Mobility Survey, which is the topic of our presentation today. And let me go straight into the content of our presentation. Okay, so you might have heard about the Pacific Labour Mobility Survey, or the PLMS as we call it, in the last few years, because we've done quite a bit of talking and outreach on this work. This survey is a long-term collaboration between the World Bank and the Development Policy Center on Pacific Migration Research. It is a flagship activities of the Pacific Research Program since 2019. And on the bank side, it is also a flagship deliverables under our programmatic research program on Pacific labor mobility. The survey is envisioned and has been implemented as an independent survey of households and migrant workers across multiple sending and receiving countries in the region. It provides comprehensive, large scales, and representative information across all the schemes and a wide range of indicators on well-being and perceptions of workers and households. And the survey provides an open access public good, unlike most Pacific surveys in this topic. This is not the first time we have done this survey. In fact, the first wave, or wave one of the PLMS, was completed in early 2023. It was the first systematic quantitative data collected since the introduction of the PLS scheme, or the Long Palm scheme as it is known now, as well as since the increase in concern across the region about worker welfare, and the social impact of the labor mobility schemes in the sending communities, as well as after the COVID-19 pandemic. Early finding from the first wave of our survey was shared at the 2023 Pacific Update was here in Suva, so I'm glad to be back. And the final report was launched at the PLAM and the AAC, the Australasians Aid Conference in 2023 as well. And by now, all de-identified unit record data from this survey has been made publicly available, free of charge. And I'm happy to share the link to that web, to the data later on. It is free for anyone who want to use the data, who want to scrutinize it, or just want to have a look at it. And now our joint team, the World Bank and the Development Policy Centers are working on wave 2 of the PLMS. It is under preparation now, and it is the focus of our presentation today. Oh, I think this is the old version of our presentation. But it's all right. It's all right. No major change. So I want to give you a bit of background on what we did the last time in wave 1. In terms of coverage, it covered 3 sending countries, Kiribati, Tonga, and Vanuatu. And of course, it covered the PALM and the RSE workers, both long PALM and short PALM workers in Australia and New Zealand. And these workers that we interviewed the last time were employed by more than 430 employers. So that's a very wide and diverse range. The survey the last time was also complemented by over 460, actually, in-depth qualitative interviews. And the table here shows you the exact sample size from the first wave of our survey. So overall, we interviewed 2,085 RSE and short PALM and long PALM workers across the 3 nationalities here. We also interviewed more than 2,000 sending households in this country. And by sending households, I mean households with workers participating in either of these schemes. We also interview a control or a comparison groups of more than 2,200 non-sending households from the same countries. These are the households that do not participate in the scheme. And the reason we include them in the survey is so that we can compare the experience of the sending households with workers and the non-sending households who do not participate in the scheme and see how different their well-being, their experience, and their living standards are and their perceptions are. Okay, in terms of output, we published 2 major reports back in November 2023, and the cover page of these 2 reports are here. The Gains and Pains of Working Away from Home reports is the major reports that holds most of the quantitative finding from our survey. And the other report, Improving Outcomes of Pacific Labor Mobility for Women, Families, and Communities, are based on finding from the quantitative data from our survey, as well as the 460 in-depth qualitative interviews that I mentioned earlier. And then across our teams, we have produced many analytical blogs and research papers. So some of the snippet of their cover page are here just for illustration of how much we have produced. The findings from this work have been featured in many media outlets in the region, in Australia, New Zealand, and of course in the Pacific countries. And they have generated robust attention and public debate among governments, stakeholders, and the general public about Pacific labor mobility. Our finding has also directly informed Australian government performance reporting, for example, on remittances. And beyond our team, with the Wave 1 data now publicly available, there's a growing community of downstream users who are using this data for their own research with their new research question and focus. And if time allows, I would like to share with you some of the key findings from the first wave. Some of you might have seen some of these graphs before, so please pardon me if you feel this a little bit of repetition and you heard me talk so much about this. But a key finding I want to put on the table is that most households, regardless of whether they participate in this scheme or not, perceive labor mobility schemes as either positive or very positive for their communities. So if you look at the charts here, the dark blue at the bottoms shows the share of households that we interviewed that perceive the labor mobility scheme as very positive. The light blue are the positive. The gray is neutrals. And the bad one, the orange and the yellow and the red one here are negative or very negative. So as you can see, across the three countries, Tonga, Vanuatu, Kiribati, and across the participation of the schemes, the vast majority of households perceive these schemes as either positive or very negative. The largest share of negative perception come from Vanuatu, especially related to the PLS or the long palm scheme. But still, overall, it's still the minority. And the majority of the workers reported being satisfied across different dimensions of this scheme. When we asked them whether they want to work in these schemes again or not, 92% of them say yes, they would like to work in the scheme again. And more than half of them say that they want to return and keep working in this scheme as many times as possible. And when we ask them about their satisfaction on labor mobility, their labor mobility experience overall, and ask them to rank the experience from 0 to 10, with 0 being not satisfied at all, and 10 being extremely satisfied, the satisfaction rating was very high. It's around 8 out of 10. And it is consistent over time and over countries. The reason I say consistent over time is because back in 2020 during COVID-19 and back in 2015 as well, the World Bank did similar survey and we asked the same question to ask workers to rate their satisfaction on these schemes on a scale from 0 to 10. And as you can see from the tables here with lots of number, I'm sorry about that, the average satisfaction rating is about 8, around 8 this time for the first round of our survey. And back during COVID-19, that's 2020, the rating was slightly lower, and that is probably because of all the challenges that pop up during the pandemic. And only 7% of the workers that we interviewed, out of those more than 2,000 workers, only 7% expressed dissatisfaction with their employment in this scheme. We also asked workers whether they feel that they are being fairly treated by the employer. And as you can see on this graph here, about 90% of them say yes, they felt that they are being treated fairly by their employers. Then we asked them about the accommodation. Are they satisfied with the accommodation? And that is the chart that show here. Again, about 9 out of 10 workers reported that they are satisfied with their accommodation. There is some slight variation across nationality and variation across the 3 schemes, the long palm, short palm, and RSE, but overall, it is a positive stories. But having said that, challenges remain. The complaints about the minority of dissatisfied workers were mostly related to salary deduction, lower than expected earnings, and inconvenient working hours. There are overall about 8% of all the workers reported disagreement, having some disagreement with their employers. And there are other challenges that they have identified, including insufficient health insurance coverage, such as pregnancy or dental coverage. Dental issues are not covered under the insurance that they have. And worker expressed demand for portability or flexibility, the ability to move from one employer to another during their employment contracts. And when we asked whether workers know who to get advice from or who to get help, most of them say, yes, they know where to get help from. And the majority of them go to their either team leaders or their employers or their family members. That's in that order, team leaders, employer, and family members to help, as compared to hotline or embassy or churches. I'm going to skip because Ryan is signaling that we are running out of time. So I'll pass it on to him to talk about the second wave of the survey that we are preparing now.
You haven't given me much time, but you all know I already speak relatively fast normally, so I will not speed up. I will rather go thinner on the content. But yeah, we thought this was an appropriate way to sort of end the conference because we spoke about this last time we were here, and it's time to have a good update, I think, and to look forward to what I hope we'll be talking about with a lot of energy and excitement when we come back, when all of this is completed next time for the update. So wave 2, the whole point of designing PLMS was really to build the first multi-country, multi-scheme open panel data set that can be used by anyone in the world to study Pacific labour markets, development outcomes, public opinion, many different outcomes. What Zung showed you was just a tiny fraction of the questions that we collected. And this follow-up data is really what was needed from the outset to design the full and realise the full potential of this design. We'll be able to track the trends over time. How have things changed since we first did the survey, since the SWP back when? We showed you some trends already. And we'll be able to follow some people as well, people starting to return home. How is their journeys and experiences changing? And the nature of building a panel, following up and having two waves lets you go into issues that you just can't get at credibly with like a one-shot data set. Dynamic issues such as repeat migration patterns, things over the life cycle, livelihood changes, and real measured skills development and changes and so forth. But I guess most importantly on the Australia side, and even in the Pacific, we've had some major policy changes. I haven't had time to, I don't have time to talk much about them now, but there's been major changes back home that have seen demand for agricultural work really, really slow. And there's some deep challenges there at the moment. We can use the survey to look at how the impacts of these changes over time that have been implemented differentially across different sectors in the scheme. And there's a whole bunch of other improvements which we've lifted here, but I'm being so close to time that I will not keep talking. But the most exciting part, I guess, is that this coverage is expanded. I'm really excited to be able to include Fiji in the survey this time with additional support, and Samoa. And Fiji in particular, as many of the researchers in the room and fellow economists would know, the national censuses, hires, there's nothing on international migration in there yet. This will be the first one, and it will be publicly available. A lot of these data sets are quite difficult to access even for researchers, and we'll make it all freely available for people to analyze this stuff. It'll be nationally representative, and that's cool. I think that's very cool. So these additional countries will mean a much larger sample, which gives us much more statistical power, which we all love. And we've been quite busy at the moment because we did the first one during COVID. Sadly, it was done, part of it was done by a phone. It was actually COVID onset. We got data collection done and then COVID came. So it meant we could not get out talking to communities in the field anywhere near as much as we would have liked to and should, if we're being honest. But things have improved. A lot of credit due to formerly PLF and PLMSP and all the LSUs. They've been amazing, and we've got much better worker registries that allow us to build a much more robust sample this time, a much larger sample. And the return to face-to-face data collection is always a good thing. Phone surveys are difficult, they're not as reliable as face-to-face, and it gives you a bit more time to talk to people and build those relationships. As you can see here, the sampling targets are going to be much larger. We'll be up at almost 4,000 workers this time around, and 7,200 households. And who knows what the average population size is? I mean, not population, household size in Fiji. Any Fijian colleagues? So this is household roster data. Multiply that number of households by the household size, and this is how many individual respondents we have. So this will be many more than, I think, 20 or 30,000 individual respondents in the data sets. So quite powerful. And how's it going to be done? Well, following usually standard protocols. We're going to try and get a representative sample. Not everyone's going to be contacted to participate, as you would hope, so it's not biased. Very confidential. It's always voluntary to participate. We're hoping, at least for the workers, it'll be outside work hours, so it's not disruptive. And there's always going to be the option to do it in whatever language you prefer. And that's about it. So what's next? Timelines. The main thing I want to get out here is that we do still really want feedback, priorities, things that you think from a data gaps perspective, we should be actually measuring and including and making sure that we capture numbers that are helpful from a data ecosystem perspective as we go ahead. And so right up to now, we've been mostly in the design and consultation phase. We've completed these in Australia and New Zealand, and we'll be doing part of what we're doing in Fiji now at the moment. Big thank you and shout out to Fijian colleagues. But Vanuatu in a few weeks, and then Tonga, Kiribati and Samoa in the coming months. And then field testing and data collection commences this year. But we don't have to wait until the final report. It takes a while to put that together and go through the processes for that. So as soon as we finish each round of data collection in the country, we're going to put out data briefs that get all that information out into the public domain for feedback and to be used immediately before any reports and papers come out. But then, yeah, mid to the end of 26 was when we'll have out a big impact evaluation paper on the impacts of the long scheme, looking at economic impacts, social impacts, many different impacts, using rigorous causal designs, a final report, and then just like with Wave 1, we'll be posting all of the public microdata for hopefully everybody to use. Especially students, please use it for your research and for your and for your term papers. A big thank you to everyone for their continued support so far. Everyone has been really, really incredible, and we're happy to receive suggestions and feedback and comments in the Q&A as we go. Now it's weird. I should kind of hand over to myself and pretend I'm going back to chair mode. Sorry for going over to my co-chairs. No, it's also. So we do not have too much time. I'm not going to do thank yous now. We still want to have a quick discussion. So I'd like to invite all the speakers down to the front to take some questions. Have a seat here. Please stay hydrated. We don't want to see too much the waters go to waste. And I must get my time. And Zung's going to answer all the hard questions about the survey because I need to chair. And my dear USP colleagues will not forgive me if we go over time. So quickly out to the floor. Questions, please. Yes, you first.
Bolivinaka, everyone. Thank you, panel, for a very informative and insightful insightful and informative presentations today. I think my question is for the World Bank team, Dung and Ryan. I guess it's just in terms of the aspect of over-researching. So I understand this is the second wave of your research. Just wondering in terms of what mechanisms or measures you have in place in terms of going out to these communities. I understand you've done wave 1, going to wave 2, like, what mechanisms or measures you have in place to ensure that the households are not over-researched and there's no research fatigue, and they benefit from constantly participating in surveys and in research. Naka.
We'll take three. We'll go 3 questions at a time. Jope. And anyone else, please raise your hand so I can slot you into my head.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank the panelists. Just very quickly I apologize, I just came in when Tash was presenting. Just to Tash, I was curious about the Falipili Union or treaty and the allocated 280, is it, placements, and how does that affect the overall PEV? And also to Ryan and Dr. Dung, about the research that's now going to include Fiji. My curiosity is about the data and whether it's going to be partnering with our Bureau of Stats, or to what extent, or for any Fijian who's curious, how would they be able to access the data, whether it be online and processes to follow through in order to review that data? Naka.
Thanks, Jope, for your question. I know in the beginning when the PEV was launched, 2 countries had opted out of participating, and so there was a concern about what would happen to the unallocated 300 visas from the 3,000. Only just recently, and I didn't touch on it in the presentation, but all 3,000 visas have now been utilized. Papua New Guinea, Tonga, and I think it was Tuvalu. Sorry, I left my laptop there. But we received a quota increase. So from 1,350, PNG now has 1,515 of that quota. Tuvalu's quota also increased, I think, by another 50. and Palau and FSM had a quota reduction. But across all the participating countries, all 3,000 visas have been allocated. So that 300 allocated in the unallocated last year has already been redistributed across the other countries. Tuvalu's is still the same, just received, I think, only a few extra, but it doesn't impact on its 280.
I might cut straight to the easier question first, which was from Jope. Some of those discussions are ongoing, and I'll just say, put on the table, honestly, that's my hope. But we're working closely with Nilesh and Kushnil and other colleagues here to try and really do everything properly and by the book as well we can. Do you want to talk to survey fatigue?
Thanks, Vani, for the question. And I think it is a concern that has been raised not just by you, but by several others, not just to our research, but for other research related to community in the Pacific. So for our work, we have several ways to try to avoid and minimize the potential survey fatigue among communities. First of all, we are working very closely with all the National Statistic Office in these countries, consulting closely with them on timing and sampling strategies for our work in order to, one, avoid overlapping our work with other national survey or census that the National Stat Office are doing. That is one way to avoid fatigue for the population. The second way is by consolidating and collaboration and collaboration. One example is we are collaborating and coordinating with PLMSB in our survey, so that instead of us doing our survey and PLMSB doing another survey for their own research, what we are doing is we will collect information that is needed for their research as part of survey. So that is one survey that is serve multiple research purpose. Again, that will help to minimize survey fatigue and minimize the number of data collection efforts across the regions and increase economy of scales. Also, our survey is completely voluntary. So we invite people to participate if they feel like they don't want to participate for whatever reason, because they are sick of researcher coming and talking to them and asking them questions, and they say, no, that's perfectly fine. We will leave them alone and no question asked, and we will not bother them. There are also other work that we are doing in PNG, for example, for an impact evaluation of our the World Bank project there that will help to shed light on the impact of labor mobility for PNG. So instead of including PNG as part of this work, we have other work that could serve similar purpose instead of, again, doubling down on the same communities. And our sampling strategy is scientific and based on statistical methods. So we will go to we will select community to carry out the survey across the country, not just in easy to access and frequently visited places. Again, that's another way to avoid fatigue for certain communities that are often visited because of their locality, because they are easy to access. In terms of benefit to community, I would say the major benefit that come out of our work is the policy impact that will come out from our work. We hope that our data, our information, our analysis will inform policies both in the sending country and the host country to, improve the benefit and mitigate the potential negative impact of labor mobility on the workers, on their family and their community. That is the benefit. Now, I have to say we do not pay people to participate in our survey because, one, that is part of our ethical concern and we do not want to set bad examples. But we make sure that people are well informed and understand the benefit of this before they participate. And if they say no for any reason, that is fine, we leave them alone.
Let's go. Two last questions. We don't want to let no one have discussion. Yes, please.
My question is directed to Alyssa Young. And my name is Chetna. I'm a PhD candidate with University of Melbourne. And just like any PhD candidate, we're really interested in ethics of the research process. So I thought that your project was interesting, and I would like to understand how you manage your ethics process. I understand that you have recognized that it is very sensitive to conduct experiments and how new information can also shift perspectives of population when it is given granularly or in stages, and whether this was recognized during your data collection analysis as well. Thank you.
Shall I answer that one now? Yeah, thanks very much for the question. And I must say that was weighing very heavily on my mind when I started this project. Obviously I'm an immigrant myself to Australia, and I was like, what's going to happen to people like me if we tell people that immigrants are driving up housing prices? So I totally share your concern. We went through the usual ethics registration process at the Australian National University, which included the usual kind of risk assessment. And I guess beyond the sort of procedural things, the hard part that we're trying to strike in finding the right narrative to use, the positive and the negative, is that on the one hand, you don't want to cause harm, of course, that's the baseline. But on the other hand, you have this problem of information equivalence. You need people to interpret things hopefully in the way that you expect them to. You don't want to use something that they might, that people might see in a different way. So when we try to we just tried to strike the balance the best that we can, and we didn't, for example, put in the treatment that this is a Daily Mail article. This is the text. And I guess the last thing I'll say on that as well is that we didn't use any new information. This is all news articles that were already publicly available, that people are already consuming. And so, we're not really creating new issues, if that makes sense. And for the other groups, we're just using quantitative information from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So yeah, I hope that sheds some light on the process for the ethics point of view. Thanks.
I know I'm so close to being at time. I'll allow one very last question. So let's please make it a good one. Over to you.
Thank you. Rose Amos is my name. I'm from Papua New Guinea, NBC PNG News. My question is general, and any of you presenters can answer. Being a Pacific Islander, I think the PALM program is very beneficial in my view. So my question is, from your studies and research, which country in the Pacific actually has the highest number taking part in that PALM scheme?
Would anybody like to take that? I would normally know it, but because you've put me on the spot, I've forgotten. I have it in a set of slides I used just last week.
Sorry, just another follow-up question also, because I'm from PNG. If I may zoom down to know the number of PNG participants as well.
So since inception of the PALM scheme, the top 3 sending countries have changed over time. It used to be Vanuatu, Tonga, and Samoa, but this country positioning has changed depending on market demand in Australia, but also on the sending country's preference to support either increased migration under the PALM or controlled, I guess, cautious engagement under PALM. So just recently, I think the stats I saw, you have 7,000 from Vanuatu, and then Solomon Islands, and then I think it's Timor.
Vanuatu's still on top.
Yeah, Vanuatu and Solomon Islands. Christine is not here, but Solomon Islands is actually doing very well, much better than Papua New Guinea. Our numbers, we are around 1,000 currently, as of, I think we're in June now, so it would have been March, but that's on total stock of numbers that are currently in Australia. Papua New Guinea's overall participation in PALM, despite being the biggest population in the region, closest country to Australia, all the time being talked about as joined at the hip, is the lowest sending country. Not the lowest, but we're in the lower mobility. We're not top 3. So if that answers your question.
I promised you we wouldn't go too far over, but yes, to answer your question, Vanuatu is still on top. It was the 3 that Natasha mentioned. Progressively over time, we have been seeing the share of the top 3 decline, and Fiji, Timor-Leste, and Solomon Islands have been the big 3 new players in the last 5 years in terms of numbers increasing. But I would love to keep taking questions. I did see more hands, but I promised my colleagues I would not go over, and I've broken that promise, so I am sorry. So it's time to now bring formal proceedings to a close. And yeah, as always, we welcome feedback on the whole conference to make it bigger and better each year as we go forward. I did this a little bit last night at the dinner, so I apologize, but I am going to do it again. A few quick thank yous to all of the keynotes. Firstly, the Secretary General, Stephen, my boss, Toby, Grant, Steve, Jan, and Christian. I'm doing first names because we don't have too much time left. Please accept that. To all of our other presenters, to all of the panel chairs who graciously said yes and did a fantastic job, to all of everyone who has submitted but is not here because we couldn't squeeze them in, to every participant who has showed up, to everyone who registered, to every walk-in, to every visitor who has walked in and out, to our two main funders this year. Normally we would have three. DFAT, through the Pacific Research Program, has supported this since 2019, at least through the PRP. And as you'll see from, just to take Natasha's presentation as an example, some of the other ones, I very much appreciate them regularly providing us this critical space to be frank and fearless and tell them, say exactly what we think about policy and to create this open space for civil debate and civil discourse. And also Cass, who we heard from last night. Thank you again, Eva. Now, most importantly, the organisational team. From my team, Charlotte and Sharon, who you have all met before, organised today. So a big, big thank you to them for organising today. Rubia helped me at the centre with the first 2 days, and Aloha has basically done everything in between and more. And Alyssa has helped out a lot, even though she was not supposed to as well. So big thanks to Alyssa too. That was just us, but really USP and colleagues have done everything. Not only are they organising it, they're also the best hosts. Every time we come, they make us feel more welcome. And so that this starts with Nilesh, Kashmir, Janesh, and of course, Josephine. I hope you're still here, Josephine. Yeah, good. Still going, all of the student volunteers. All of the IT team, thanks for putting out the fire this morning and for tolerating our questions on Monday afternoon as well. The team outside who has been feeding us so well. And that's most of them. So please join me in thanking all of the organisers there. I think that's all. That's about it. Let's go outside, celebrate, and I hope to see you next time. There will be a next time.